The water's boiling. Holy shit, Teeny. Thank you so much. Holy shit. Thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Happy Yummy Food Day. Love you. Thank you for being you. I'm grateful to have you as a friend, Teeny. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome on in. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I very much appreciate you, and I'm very grateful to have you in my life, Teeny. I have to plan something for next week. I'm thinking about doing peak next week. I am just catching up. Yes. Oh, sorry, hold on. Give me like 2 seconds. Okay, let me post this comment. Okay, we're good. Thank you, Teeny, for gifting 10 tier 1 subs to Average Fan VT, Chaler, KJ Fang, Edward Dearth, Lady M, Nifty VT, Rat Cousin, Trixie Lit, Wolf, Fire Wolf Game, and Glitch Crown. I appreciate you very much. I like reading those out. I got a new emote fitting for Thanksgiving. What? What is it? What is it? What is it? I want to see. I want to see. Never been here before, so the star is so cute. Thank you. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Chaler. Yes! Oh my god, thank you for the bits. I love that. The little vacuum. The Did you make that, Teeny? It's really cute. I like it a lot. I'm ready. I can be on the hub screen. Hello, everyone. Today I have to really quick finish uploading this, and then we get to do a little art for a friend of mine that I'm very grateful for. It's a very silly art, but an art nonetheless. And then we will be playing Leave It Alone. You should go get your own from her. It's from my friend Mac. Oh, bet you. I made their repo PNG. I remember them. Yeah, definitely. Those little thumb cookies are goated. You should email me one. Bet. Let me make another batch of them though, if that's okay, because like I want to try them as like pumpkin pie snickerdoodle instead. Cause I think that would taste better. You did, Teeny. I remember. Hello. Happy Yummy Food Day. Happy Yummy Food Day. Happy Thanksgiving, Lude. I'm trying to say also Happy Food Day in case there are people here from other parts of the country, like Teeny. But I'm very grateful to have you guys. Pocky! Happy Food Day. Thank you so much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Jacko Onido. I appreciate you very much. I appreciate all of you. I'm very grateful to have all of you in my life. I would not be here if it wasn't for you guys. I hope you're having a wonderful day, Pocky. I know you have a long day today, right? So I hope all the shooting, editing, all of that goes well for you today. Hello, Pixel. Hello, Pixel. Thank you for your hats. Let's make this public. Let's publish this. It worked out? Yeah? Oh, I'm so glad. I'm glad it all worked out. I am just gonna really quick make sure I got all these square. Now back to League. Have you lost a game yet? Or have you only been winning? I'm expecting that you've only been winning, but maybe I'm wrong. Let's see, the 20th. It's taking its toll. It's my first game? Okay, we gotta win. You gotta win. I believe. I'm just gonna change the color of these because it'll bug me. Teeny is the best. Everyone here is the best. The best of the best. I'm feeling like I am forgetting something and I don't remember what that is. This is done. Change cover. Oh, it's the VOD. It's the VOD. Eat the VOD chat. 33 and then 34. Then 58. We are on 58. That's the other thing I'm forgetting. Boop, 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 boop. I hope everybody's having a good day, whether you're celebrating something or not. I feel like you all deserve a good day. A regardless of if it's a holiday or not. Every day I hope is a good day where you get to eat good food. Cause good food I feel like is a basic right for people, in my opinion. I have learned. Hello. Oh, her blanket isn't on. Maybe that's why she's upset. That or she's upset. So last night I decided to sleep in the living room, and it was quite comfy. It was like a little camping twip. But my cat was like, "What the actual fuck is happening right now?" And so I put her blanket in the living room, so maybe she wouldn't be as upset about it. But then I had to take it away because I want her to sleep in my office. And she's being a goober this morning because we're doing a little bit different because I was very lazy this morning. I didn't get up till like 30 minutes before stream. See, all this makes me feel like such a slacker. I had a YouTube channel since 2012 and only put a link to my old dance troupe page. It's a grind. It is a grind. You know, you don't have to. I don't. The thing is like, Lady M, you have like a whole ass job that you do outside of streaming. You know, the only thing I do is stream. So it's kind of like you're give and you take, you know? Play marker and I'm making a map and create it for my friends to try. Sole purpose is to confuse, disorient, and weird them out. Very confusing layout. Ooh, sounds very cool. Sounds very cool. I'm going to pre-prep this. And then we're going to do video editing, V-star. So that way I have this prepared and I don't have to do it later. And I really should get my phone, but I don't know where it is. So, shrug. Lots of pointless rooms. Interesting. Kind of like what is it called? What's it called? What is it called? A Winchester Mystery House kind of vibe I'm getting. Okie dokie. Let's do some art. This art is gonna probably not be what I think you guys think. It's my friend wants me to draw my friends in this comic of this lost meme. Is this the biggest it can be? Is that no clue what it is? What that is? The Winchester Mystery House was a house built that had rooms that kept that just led to nowhere. Essentially. Is there not a bigger version of this? Is there not a bigger version of the lost meme? Yeah, that guy's a cool. Let's do medium. Can we do medium? How did they get a bigger size of this? What emotes did we get? I like mine. Look, I got a little Ugg emote. It's cute. I like it. I was hoping for like a bigger version of this comic because it's kind of small. It's by Tim Buckley. Way at night, one can tell. Open Lincoln. Open image in new tab. There we go. Copy image. New from. I want a new from clipboard. Plus some liminal space as best as I can do in Minecraft. Very cool. Very cool. Where is the... Oh, new from clipboard. Right. There you go. Thank you for the hug. Alright, I have to... I don't know what vexed looks like. Is Aura online right now? Are any of them online right now? I just realized I don't know. Smile. Oh, I have to add people. Vexed. Nope. Nope, vtuber. Where's my drawing pen? I live with myself. Okay, now I have to like draw one of my friends. Oh wait, this is the wrong tool. Okay. I need my BLT brush. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I'll make the brush smaller. Okay. How do I draw him? I've drawn my friend once. Otherwise, I draw him as a bear. Oh, I don't know. Is it pinned? It is pinned. Okay. Okay, there we go. Okay, all right. I don't know. Should I draw him in a dress? No, I won't. I won't meme. I won't make that deep of a meme about it. Let's see. I have to draw. I think most of it can stay the same. It's just kind of like the head. He's got like. How do I do it? How did I do it? Okay. So I did like a. Ooh, my God. What have I done? Okay. Oh my God, no! The eraser was too big! Is this lost? It is lost. My friend wanted me to draw my friend body streak and vex into the lost meme for some reason. And so I said I would today because they asked me to do it yesterday, but I got sidetracked by fixing up the stream. I don't know how I'm gonna fix the background, but we'll figure that out when we get there, I guess. I think I just really need to change the head, and then I have to change Streak's picture to be his Final Fantasy character, which this will be funny because his Final Fantasy character, all I know is that he wears Dragoon armor from Final Fantasy. So it's kind of like, it's going to be very anime compared to everything else on this. His hair's a bit longer, actually. Oops. Could the eraser not be as big as the sun? What? She's a goober. There's a lot of things happening today. She's not used to that. I don't know if I told you, but Aura is commissioning me to draw body into this meme for $75. Okay. Okay, cool. And then it'd be funny if I, like, did his, like, Dragoon armor. I did his dragoon armor, which is like... like this. Actually, I want it like this. And then like on... Dude, this is hard. And then you'd have the chest plate and stuff. And then we'll do like the extra armor bits. And then there's like a plate here. And then I don't know what the dragoon pants look like though, so I'm gonna kind of just make it up. I could probably look it up to be fair, but I'm not gonna. And then Happy Thanksgiving, Kiwi. I'm gonna be honest, I didn't know what the lost meme was really about until like this moment that I've had to look it up. Like I knew of it, but like I didn't really know what it was about. What's the matter? How the fuck am I supposed to draw vexed? I don't know how to draw vexed. But I don't know how to draw vexed. So I'm just gonna draw body, I guess, first. Yeah. No, I think so. It's either that or, miscarriages? Why I keep saying vex wrong. Vex. Aw, he has. That's so sweet. That's so cute. Okay, if I don't know how to draw vex, I think I have an idea. So I don't know if vex is gonna get back to me before I get done with this. So. Go here. He's gonna be running by the time he turns 1 next week. Oh, it'd be so cute to see him running around though. It'll be super cute. Oh, there we go. I'm gonna turn these down just a little bit. And turn this down even more so I can just focus on the big parts. I might make his hair more fluffy so that way I can just make it like on top of it. So my streamer's only one screen. That's okay. We're all just trying to make sure people have company for the holiday. I don't know what this song is. Okay. Boop. And this one. Boop. Oh, they're so pretty. I just realized I forgot I haven't eaten yet today. But I actually take pictures of making breakfast. I can't wait. I think there should be like one more thing here. I don't know if I want to remove this. Oh my god, the house smells so good. Smell like bacon. Let's not do. Okay, let's. Not those guys. These guys. Join curve. This guy. Oops. And then join curve. Join curve. There you go. And that way we can make this black. And it's like a dark. Oh. Let's do this. Curve. There you go. Then. Yeah, that works. This is the hair. Hi, Quetzal. Happy Thanksgiving. I hope you're eating like the most delicious food today. Like the most delicious. Moira is not having the door being closed today. She's like, We still cooking, understandable. Pixels is also still cooking. Let's do it this way. And then I have to go here. And then this goes below the hair. Yeah, they do it in like, okay, yeah. And then I have to draw the rest of it. House smells amazing. I know, even our house smells really good right now. Oh my goodness, is that so, Momo? Oh my goodness, my cat. My cat is very like, my house smells like pizza. Fuck yeah, that sounds awesome. I might tell Aura to pay me less, because like, this isn't, I don't know. I don't know if this feels worth the money, the monetary amount that she wants to give me. Happy Gibbon. Happy Yummy Food Day. Hope you have some awesome food today. Join. We're cooking 2 kinds of turkey. I am full. Oh, I'm glad devouring. Let me do this. We cooked 2 types of turkey. One is orange zest and one is Italian herb. Yum. Yum. That sounds awesome. I gave my little kibby a duck of a didda. That's awesome. Moira's very picky with food, so I can't really give her like a Thanksgiving dinner. But I think she'll just be happy that like we're out and about in the kitchen, I think, today. That's the hope. I gave her some turkey mashed potatoes and sweets. Oh, what a lucky kitty. What a lucky kitty. Okay, so there's that. And then I gotta do this. Oh my god, the house smells so good. It doesn't help that I haven't ate breakfast yet. Because we woke up late. It's okay. We will have breakfast soon, chat. Oh no. Oh shit, I forgot. I was going to do a thing. Hold on. Oh, hold on. There we go. I forgot. I want to put a turkey on my head. Oh, it has a thing. That's really nice. Turkey. I want turkey on my head. I want to put turkey on my head. Boop. Is that right? I feel like that's not right. That is not right. Cool. How was the food situation? Did you just eat cookies? No, we didn't just eat cookies. But the food situation's good. Pixels is currently making Thanksgiving dinner. We're just gonna be eating. Is that so, my Moira? My poor baby. What's the matter? Pixels is making he really likes making big Thanksgiving dinners, so waiting on that. But I'll show some breakfast first. So we're gonna have some like nice bacon and croissants and eggs. I think is the plan. Hello, Pneumonia. How are you doing today? Happy Thanksgiving if you celebrate. Otherwise, I hope you have some good food today, regardless. I think this is supposed to be on top of this. I don't understand the juxtaposition that is this arm, I'm gonna be honest. I think that makes sense. Happy Thanksgiving. I would be lying if I said I wasn't stuffed. I'm not gonna lie. I was thinking about making today's stream title happy getting stuffed and slumped day, because that's what I hope for everyone. Regardless of if you celebrate Thanksgiving itself, I hope that you can eat good food and then pass the fuck out. You know? I think that's my emotions on it. Okay, this is the head. 2, 3, 4. Well, no. I should put the head in one. How are you, though? I am good. I am drawing a commission that was requested by my friend. So, doing that first thing today before we get into doing any Leave It Alone, because we plan to play Leave It Alone today, and I'm very excited to play that. I think I'll do the outside lines. But I am glad to hear everybody is having good food today, because I said this earlier, but good food is just, in my opinion, a basic human right. Like, everybody should have good food every day, in my opinion, because good food really helps life, in my opinion. I think no matter your situation, good food can help. Together you can be alone. I'll take all that you want. I don't like how that sits. Thank you for the song request. I appreciate it. Ooh, I don't really like the way that that sits. There we go. And then this way. There we go. Ooh. Ooh, I do not like this. Oops. Move these in and then move this back out. Okay, I think that's okay. This will be hand 2. And then we'll turn this off and turn this off so I can see this. Ooh, I probably will do this as a separate piece. Oops. And then this part comes up. There we go. And this one. The things I do for my friends. I think funnily enough, through all the commissions I've ever done in my life, and to be fair, I don't think I've had as many as the next artist, right? But like, how is it that like my most cursed commissions that I've ever had have been from like my friends? And they're like my real life friends, not my real life friends, but like my offline friends. You know? Like, should I be concerned about that fact? Cause like, let's see, the last commission that I had done for this friend was drawing my friend pregnant. So it's kind of like, And then this is the, what are the chances? I think pretty high. Torso. Oops. There we go. Oh god, that smells so good, chat. Yum. Yum, 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 yum. Alright, and then here. I don't have, I feel like I have art friends, like Mew and Ghost, and they use their art for the sake of creativity. And then I have, like, non-art friends, and they have me do things like this. Like, I don't know. Is this the average consumer? I mean, I don't know. I don't know if I should be concerned. My hands. My hands. Oh my god, the song. Whoa. I don't know. I feel like Miu, have you ever drawn anything cursed before? For a friend? What's wrong with your hands? I'm sorry, I didn't finish that sentence. I feel my creative hands being used for bad. I feel like this is how, like, a person that, like, didn't draw furry art feels when they draw furry art for the first time. 'Cause, like, I mean, and it's for a friend, so it's also like, I mean, you know, Ghost has? Is it So Young time? I guess so. Okay, fair. Lots of porn, but def not cursed. I think, yeah, but like, I think porn is very fair. In my opinion, porn is very fair. But then they're like, this is cursed. Oh, hello. Okay. It does reset me, which kind of sucks. But that's okay. Everyone has drawn something cursed. Maybe that's my fate. For every artist that draws something cursed, there is an artist that draws things gorgeously. So, like, for every cursed drawing I have to do, Miu will draw another masterpiece. I think that makes sense. That makes sense to me. I made the crotch too low, but I'm gonna... Or too high, I'm gonna bring it down now. Or porn. Or porn. Or porn. Or both. Or all of the above. Really, you don't have to... You know, it could be all of the above, really. Or it isn't on, okay. I kind of want to see if I can reuse parts of this. Let's do... frame 1. I'm just, like, curious, because this would be very helpful if I could just reuse parts of it. Breakfast. Yo! This looks great. Is my phone out there? Thank you. Pixels made... Couch? Pixel made bacon egg croissant sandwich. Oh my god. Oh, nothing. I see ghost. Fucking fair. Fair. My only other cursed art... No, I mean, I have other cursed art that I did in college. Once when I was sleep deprived, but that's for me. But, this is my friend Body. The one I yelled at the other day. Don't worry about it. It's okay. I don't think I need the I think it's better without the context. But this is my friend Body. And, yep, I drew him pregnant for money. He approved, so... Just, do I make that a line? I can't. I refuse to draw people pregnant now. Yeah, I don't want to do that again. I will draw Shem's prayers one day. I believe it. One day when he pisses me off, fair game. to see if I can reuse this really quick before. Actually, no, I should do this after shading. I should do that after shading, actually. That would be better. Because there's slight shading on this. I'm going to pause for a second, though, because I really want to eat this. This croissant sandwich has so much cheese on it. My soul is erect. Add a little hot sauce to it, too. Oh. Croissant so flaky. Put this on top. Let's do it like this, and then boop boop. There we go. Close curve. And then we'll do the inside of the mouth. Boop 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 boop. Did I do that right? No, I didn't. I did not do that right at all. Whoops. Boop. Boop. Okay, cool. I mean, food makes me happy. Whew. Yum, 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 yum. Cool. All right. Boop. This is really not as pointy as I thought it was. There you go. Oh, no, no, no. You are my mind. then close curve. Boop. Boop. Okay, and then got it. Okay. Let's do it this way. Move this one. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Of my mind. Stables, the way you ride. So I'll move these a bit. Let's see, this is the face. Zig. Wouldn't Shems lay an egg? Yeah, but that's still, he still be plaguage. He still be plaguing it. I can't spell. I hope you have some at the stables. You ride. Why is my face tracking super off? Alright, now I gotta do the shading, which I guess I'll just do a little bit. I actually don't know if I want to do shading. I forgot a shoe. This one, let's make it more brown. Let me check how this looks. Okay, hold on. Let me send this to Aura, because I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think Japanese for seahorse translate to water dragons. Very possible for male dragons to be pregnant. Everyone is in a food coma, and my nephew watches Utopia for the 1000th time. It's the little moments, Kiwi. It's the little moments that you really love. I need to send this to Aura. Do you want me to shade them or this level good? Why didn't it? Did it not? The music. to stable. Don't know where you want go travel. Now we're just gonna make it smaller. And take this. Pants and this doesn't matter. Me be, set me free. I am in misery. Ain't got no you can conquer me. I held you as me. You're killing me. Like this, like this. Set you free. I am in misery. So to redo Lost, what was the inspo to redo Lost? My friend Aura, who is so when I say I hang out with my offline friends, she's kind of like the server owner of that group, and she asked me to do it. She's commissioned me. Oh, can I have another one? So that's the inspo to redo it. I have no. She just asked. Cause you know when a friend asks you to do something kind of silly, you kind of gotta deliver. Do to me, especially if they actually like commission you to do it. Do to me, why won't you answer me? I'm in misery. I'm not gonna lie though, the more I think about the meaning behind this, the less I kind of want to do it. But I already said I was gonna do it, so I feel like it's like a no takesy backsies kind of situation. Close curve. And then close curve and close curve. I was working out the cost for some of the commissions I want to get done last night, but you have them closed. Oh, which ones? I can open them if you'd like. I have them closed just because I thought I was gonna be doing more work for Enshrined and I couldn't handle like more commissions of those types, but whatever you need, I got you. Checking in to keep my streak, but I have family. Have a good stream. Thank you, Vex. Have a good Thanksgiving. Days you come around. Don't you know what my life feel like? Okay, I think it's easier if I would have done it like this. I'm gonna just. There we go. I was gonna see if you could do a commission price list for the price of a schedule, and I was thinking you're asking to redesign my model and possibly rig it. I got you. Welcome in, Lady Ace. I see a goober. Oh, hello. Happy good food day. Yeah, I got you. If you want, we could do like a little package situation if you want. I got you. Just send me the deets and DMs and we can do it that way. It's okay. Thank you. She's a goober gobber today. Gobbler goober. I am a gobbler goober. I'm a goober gobbler. Oh, I didn't put the turkey back on my head. Hold on. I put sauce on my sandwich. Want you know? Want you know? Where's it? I want this turkey on my head. Boop. You know what a man is gonna feel like. I'm not gonna reference the patient. I'll go get it. You are in no rush. I'm taking tomorrow off, so I have more time to do stuff too. Yum, yum, yum. Hi, how are we doing today? We're good. How are you doing, Canadian? I'm currently eating a delicious croissant sandwich. Yum. 3-day street time. Happy yummy day. I know that. I don't think it makes sense that I'm pretty sure Canadian Thanksgiving is different, but doesn't mean you can't get some good food. So if you can get some good food, Canadian should. Payday, working on my final. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I hope you can get done earlier than expected so that way you can just chill. I'm stuffed. Understandable. Seeing all that nice food that you put in the fridge, bro. Oh, it looks delicious. Yeah, Canadian Thanksgiving was last month. Today was just make a combination of random food from my cupboards. Fair, but I still hope it was good. Boop. There we go. Sorry, I keep pausing this. I'm really hungry. It's alright. Not the best. I have been struggling with food this month, but I shouldn't be golden come tomorrow. Fair? Listen, sometimes you need those struggle meals. Sometimes those struggle meals are what, like, you know, really help you at the end of the day, in my opinion. Because it's like, you can't always have good food. Even though I think everyone should have good food as often as they can, you can't always have good food, unfortunately. You know? And so having some just okay food sometimes it can be nice because then you can cherish the good food you have more. But I'm glad you'll get paid tomorrow, so you'll be a-okay. Pardon my delay. I'm navigating my head. There we go. Excuse me. I'm navigating my head. Alright, I'm gonna hide the head. So I'm gonna do this one. Give me some advice. My delay. I'm navigating my head. I'm gonna hide these so I can see where their pupils are. Homemade tacos are always a good option. The only expensive part is the meat. True. Oh my. I like eggs. Eggs is my thing. Eggs and bread are my main go-tos. Oh wait, not that one. I want this one. And this one. And this one. And nope. Boop, boop. None of that. This, though. Yeah, I do plan on making on all-you-can-eat taco burritos at some point. Slow cook the meat, then just oh yeah, fuck yeah. It's always a good, always a nice. It's nice to have it where you can just kind of like, how do you put it? Like, just grab and go, like good food that's grab and go, in my opinion. And today is supposed to be a work period, but my brain is can use a break, so I'm here just vibing from now. Well, I appreciate you stopping by and hanging out with us. It means a lot to me. Oh, you done if you do. Don't need that. Probably don't need that one. We will need the torso, but it's a little different. And then this one to here. Yo cow, is that lost? It is. One of my friends asked me to draw my friends in the lost meme. Yup. How you doing? Happy Good Food Day. I hope that even if you don't celebrate Thanksgiving, you still have some good food today. Yup. I'm using my creative abilities to make a meme. Don't I can't live without you. Yeah, but doing good, just doing commissions and stuff. Understandable, my busy lad. My busy lad. Currently doing it full time? Really? That's awesome. I'm so proud of you. Congrats. I hope it hasn't been too much of a hassle for you, or there's not too many stressors about it, and you can get, you know, some good free time for yourself. But I'm really happy for you. It's all fucking awesome. And then let's do this hand, which I will remove this arm. And then we'll redo it like this. Oh, to be. Oh, my eye itches. Okay. Oh my god. Okay. Boop, boop. Boop, boop. Boop, boop, boop. Boop. Nope. I did that wrong. There we go. Fortunately, this month has been very profitable. I've been pretty good. Pretty much trying to decide if I'm going to take a job, taking care of a kid next year, or just continue with this. Fair. I mean, what you could do, in my opinion, and of course, you know, do whatever you want, your life. You're clearly doing fine. Is that you could take one more job just to save up a little bit more, just in case you get a slow month. And that way, you know, you can have that slow month and chillax and not have to worry about like any extra bills if anything comes along. And then you know, like take one more job and then just do commissions, you know? So that way, like when you're doing commissions, there's no, oh my god, am I gonna make enough this month? Because like honest, I don't know how much you make, but like that's what I would do. That's what I would do. But I'm very proud that you're able to do all that. I need to turn this down again because I cannot see the lines that I'm drawing. It's getting cold and it's getting stormy. And you could also actually, yeah, I'm pretty much with that idea. But this is job 5 hour. This is a 5 hour one. Taking care of a kid with ADHD is gonna make it be a big taxing. Fair. You could also look at like maybe like a less, like a part time but less intensive job. You know, where like maybe it won't burn you out like mentally. You know. And boop, 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 boop. Oh, but the hand goes in front. Shit. Ooh, how do I do that? That's the idea. This year, I've had some similar taking jobs, taking care of people 2 hours a day. If I could get one of those, it'd be perfect. That makes sense. Okay, I'm just gonna copy and I guess paste the hand, but then remove most of this, I guess, except for, yeah, so break it there, and then we can remove this part. Hi, Womble. How are you doing? Happy get stuffed and slumped day. I hope that even though you are not maybe in the US or maybe not celebrating, you can still have some good food. Oh, gunners. I'm gonna move this one instead. How should I draw next? Just funnily enough, I made more with commissions this month than a 4-hour caretaker. Like, double. Really? That's crazy. That's amazing, though. I'm doing good, though. I did. Well, you should have one. Even if it's a little snack. I'd appreciate it if you could eat a little something. I think I did this hand wrong. I did. Okay. Boop. Has it's not just no actual food. I mean, hey, as long as you're feeding yourself, that's the most important part. Because some people, they just can't stomach like big meals, and so you know, I get that. You know, just as long as you have some sustenance. That's the important part. We're gonna remove this guy, and we're gonna connect it here. I think that's all right. Self-esteem. There you go. Lol, the inflation of my country makes dollars more. Really? Fuck! I'm gonna have to move. How's your turkey day been? Pretty good. I slept in a little bit, so I was a little late to stream, but I'm doing pretty good. I'm a little sleepy now because I had kind of a big breakfast. But we good. We vibing. We good. We're wild. Welcome. Currently, exercising my thankfulness for friends by doing a commission for a friend before I play game, which I'm excited to play because I've seen a lot of people like it. Boop, 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 boop. Need a space just for me, that I can be free and just be, you'll see, feelings that I never should have seen. I watched an art VTuber's commission advice video yesterday, and she actually said she possibly maybe using somewhere where USD is more valuable since most art is sold in USD or euros. That's fair. That's fair. I wouldn't mind. If I wasn't so attached to where I live now, I wouldn't mind moving to a place where the USD is a bit more lucrative, I guess, to say. Time in a tree. Certainly would be cheaper and easier to live. It would be easier to live somewhere cheaper. That is fair. But you do usually have to make sacrifices. Always. There's always sacrifices in, like, yeah, cheaper living, but I'd have to live, like, far away from probably a lot of my friends and stuff. It's always a plan for me to get commissions done because I'm a Canadian and the conversion rate is pretty bad. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. My boss has mentioned that the conversion kinda poop. Hi, Norman. How are you? Welcome on in. I hope you're having a good food day. Thank you for the paps. I kind of want to be lazy. Guess what? What's up? What? What? As long as you can keep his attention for a conversation, in my experience, what's going on? I'm drawing a meme for a friend. That's what's going on. I need to take my meds. Oh, got curry for dinner. Ooh, I love curry. Damn, really? Damn. Also, shit. Damn. I had the best sleep ever with my first night with. Yay! Oh my god. How heavy was your weighted blanket? Like, what kind of weighted blanket did you get? I have a weighted blanket, but it's like, I don't know. The fabric just ain't it. 20 pounds? Nice. Nice. I want like a fluffier weighted blanket is what I would like. Because I don't really like the material that mine's made out of, if I'm honest. Actually, this one should go. Bro, are you making? I am. Listen. I'm doing it for a friend. I'm doing it for a friend. I don't know if I should be taking these questions in stride or if I should be taking these questions in haha yeah ha 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 ha. Oh, I didn't grab them. Thank you for the check-in. They make them, but they are about double the price. Why though? Why are they double the price? My tism does not like that they're double the price. Our food expired. I'll feed the billionaires. I'll eat you till you're there. Watch as the world explode and kill the neighbor's kids. That's fine. This I'm gonna adjust a little bit. Vocal stem, you got it.
He needs some milk.
I do need some. I would love some milk right now, actually. My leg. You salute the flag, hurt the murder, mom and dad. Thank you. Really need that milk. Thank you, guys. He needs some milk. I think I want to redraw the rest of these. Kill neighbor's kid. And then take this guy. And like everything is fine, make him take your meals. Ooh, W fries. Ooh, the next time we stream will be December. Fuck. I didn't think about that. Okay, no, December 1st is when we're gonna do the free-for-all. If you want to get the 8 out of 8 still, I'll do the free-for-all on Monday. And then... I have to make the special one, so I do that this weekend. Or what? Or what? Math and science were easier to... Same? What time zone are you in? Who, me? Who, me? You, PST. PST. Wait, I don't know. Thanks, Elaine. Thank you, Taylor. because I won't be streaming tomorrow, so I kind of didn't plan for that in terms of the milk box, so that's fine. We'll just redeem it on the Monday. So I think I got what's this think you're awake at 6 a.m. tomorrow? Probably not, but I could be. Why do you say this? Do I need to be awake at 6 a.m. tomorrow for something? Do they have teeth in this? No. Boop. Boop. I think that actually might be right for that. I don't know. That was close. Doop doop. Ones you love them. Turn your minute. I'm doing an animated emo giveaway as soon as I start streaming, and I know you. Oh, hello. Oh, I have to hold the goober. Okay. Hi, baby. Hi. Your eyes are so big. Yeah. She's like, are you leaving me? Oh. What's so mad at your partner? Mama can hold you.
She wouldn't leave me alone unless I was holding her for the last 30 minutes.
I got you, Momo. Wombo, I will do my best to be there. What are the, how do I enter into this? I'm holding my cat right now. Momo, you know there's a really warm blankie in the window, right? Momo. If you can't make it, you're melting all the socialization. Wait. Okay, break time. My brain is really worth it. It's nice to see family. Valid. If you can't make it, your name might magically appear in the list anyway. Just want to let you know. I'll be there. Well, I'll be there, but I'll be there, but half awake there. Is that okay? Baby. Like, I can make an alarm for 6 a.m. Pop your stream open on my tablet, and then just fall asleep to you. Half awake is fine, Pog. Alright, you. I don't even care if I don't win. I'll be there for the lurk, man. I'll be there to support the homie. Get them numbers up. Alright, now I gotta do... My brain is kind of bored of this now. We just gotta do one more, which is this one. I appreciate you, of course. Got you. Wait, I can give hug back. Yes. Make it a little bigger. Oh my goodness. How my brain doesn't stay this tired. Hi, Shadow. Because my brain stays this tired. There's a car outside. It's making me upset. Oh, that's not needed. Happy Thanksgiving, Shadow. I hope you're eating some awesome, yummy food. I hope my brain doesn't stay this tired because I want to play Leave It Alone. And if I'm going to be playing Leave It Alone, which is a very, well, not very, but it's kind of a slow-paced game, then, like, I don't want to be falling asleep. Little butt. There we go. I'm good. I had some good food. Awesome. I'm glad. Moira. My cat just left. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Pixels, if she bothers you, I'm sorry. Boop. Wait, this is the same hand. Same hand. Same hand. Same hand, chat. Same hand. Let's do it this way. Break the curve. Take the end bit. And then we're going to turn this off so I can see where the hand sits. It's a little different. You need to be posting their feast in Discord. I want to see some good food. Fair. I will definitely have Pixels post ours when he's done with it. But he's just started for today, so it's going to be a little while. Okie dokie. Boop. You know, there's probably other artists streaming right now. You know, they're all probably like streaming, I don't know, like making a turkey or something cute, you know? And then I'm here doing this. No regrets, just interesting statement. Let me reverse this curve. Can I reverse the curve? Can I reverse the curve? Maybe I can't. Oop, I didn't mean to do that. I wanted to make a separate line. There we go. Boop, 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 boop. Apparently there's a strawberry shortage because of California's drought. My sister-in-law went to like 5 days. Damn, really? I mean, it's not, to be fair though, it's not really strawberry season anymore. So the only strawberries you'd get would be imported, wouldn't it? Or maybe it's not that there is a shortage. Maybe just they didn't want to stock them because it's Thanksgiving. That's also a possibility. I don't like how like up this is. I think I'm gonna make it less. More like that. I like that more. Remove this. Boop. Not this one. It would be this one. It would be flipped. And then this. And then this. Meow! Moira! Momo Bean. I'm just being a goofball. I just buy what looks good to eat. That's fair. I didn't either. To be fair, I didn't even know there were seasons specifically that like berries come in more often, I guess, or are more local. You got tweets. I got tweets. I got all the tweets. But I didn't know that either until like I started going to like farmers markets and stuff. And then like I learned that like there are seasons for like berries and stuff. Gibbs, you can have as many as you like. We have cookies. We have peanut M&Ms if you'd like some of those. Imagine trying to explain that to medieval peasant. What, that there's seasons for berries and stuff? Okay, there you go. Oh, I finished that one. Okay. I just have to draw 2 more and then we can be done. I might do vexed first. Because what I've been told is just to make a bald brown man and then put the word vexed on his face. Boop, boop, boop. So that's what I've been told to do, so that's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna remove the hair. This and the overabundance of food and people still go hungry. Fair. Fair. I think quite a few of us would get fucking, I think we know who would get the smacking, but I think there would be quite a few people that would get a good smacking from medieval folk when they realize that people still go hungry with our ease accessibility of food at this point. I don't know how to draw this. I think it's because this kind of has to go like this. Because, like, it's the back of the head, you know? And then it's just supposed to say Vexper. Vex, okay. Make it Proxima Nova. And then bold. And then this. Oop. Every generation does think the next one is worse and going to destroy the world. I think the old ones are going to destroy the world. That's what I think. I think the old ones are going to fuck it up. I'm gonna do Street Glass because I feel like it's gonna be the most fun because I'm just drawing his Final Fantasy character. I for some reason my brain was thinking about how earlier, Kiwi, you were like, so Elaine, what inspired you to do this today? I'm just like, hee hee. It only happens when it's raining. Players only love you when you. I just feel like, you know, it's just a very funny idea in my brain of being like, so, buddy, you good? Well, this is a weird thing to do. I should have guessed you were being your goofy self. Fair, but to be also fair, I don't think I would have done this if not been asked and paid to do this, you know? Here I go again, restoration. Like, I'm gonna be honest, I'm at a state with this right now where I'm like trying not to think about what I'm drawing because it's making me sad. How the fuck did you get all those lines? Happens when it's raining. Players only love you when they're playing. And they will come and they will go. Only happens when it's raining. I gotta make him a different color to body. I think I like that, so I'm gonna remove that. Hi, Daedalus. How's it going? Yes, I'm drawing lost. It's for a friend. Just in case. Just in case, we're just gonna get that out there, you know? Ooh, that is not a good color. I realized until you mentioned it. You would have gotten there. We would have gotten there. Everyone asks it at least once today, and it's probably gonna keep happening until I finish. So, just staying on top of it. I also think about love one house. Also, I watched the next episode of fucking The Mighty Nine, bro. I need more. I need more. Also, I really like Jester. I really like how Jester is in the show. I saved that to start it. Oh, got it. They have no right upload. I know, especially because they started with 3. Like, what do you mean you're gonna start with fucking 3 and then go to 1 every week? It's fucking fuck me up. But at least they're like, I guess it's at least they're like longer episodes, I guess. Cause like, I was watching it with Pixels and he was like, damn, like, you're fucking like 3 episodes in and the whole cast isn't even all together yet. And it's like, I like it because I feel like it's gonna build a lot more, like compound on itself a lot more with like the storytelling and stuff. But at the same time, I'm kind of like, give me more. Hands in the holes of my sweater. Oh, for you here. And not to let me hold. Both your hands in the hole of my sweater. Ooh. Who's your favorite so far in it though? Do you have a favorite? Boop, boop. Decided to go back and listen to the campaigns, but Critical Role has more content hours than One Piece. Yep. Yeah, I would recommend just watching the shows. Personally. Like, I don't know. I like the shows a lot. And also, like, for them, it'd be a more cohesive story from what they want to tell for their characters. So I honestly think it's, like, better to watch the shows. Campaign 2 is worth the Fair. I can see that. But I think for someone who, like... Because you have to, like, sit and watch it. That's my only thing. Is, like, with stuff like that, is you actually have to, like, sit and watch it. And loved it. I mean, I will say I did like the beginning of, like, how they meet a lot more in the other one, but... Teach their own. But instead of eyes. Okay, so they still want me to do the mouth, which is fine. And then the sweater. It's to go, it's to go. The sweater. Boop. I said with how I had it in between. I podcasted a lot of the campaign and sat down to watch the important boss battle. Fair. I know this is gonna be beautiful. Hey, Streak. Perfect timing, Streak. I was just about to get to your character, which was gonna be my favorite part about this. Because it's not me drawing body fucking 5 times. Okay. A lot of people are making the mistake of starting at the beginning of campaign 1 instead of campaign 2 and they get blindsided by the Orion incident. I don't know what the Orion... I'm gonna be honest, I didn't finish campaign 2. Hold on. I'm very focused on drawing this curve. Boop. Okay, there we go. Also, happy Thanksgiving, Streak! I'm excited because one of my favorite fantasy series is getting closer to releasing their professional level animatic. It has a big Ooh! Who is it? What is it? There was another player at... Right, yes, I remember that a little bit. Yes, I remember Pixel telling me a little bit about that. Yeah. The one that shall not be named. But that's fair. That is fair. They reference them in the animated series with that stupid dragon where they were killed off. Oh shit, really? Huh. 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 Interesting. Ruby seen the video. Do they like it? I hope they liked it. I've heard of the Cradle. The Cradle? That sounds so familiar. Why is it not loading? Please. Oh. They replied on Twitter. Pog, I will reply to that in 2 seconds. I think they were able to fund 2 episodes. I believe they're going to use it as proof of concept to get picked up by a studio. Fuck it. I mean, hey, with Matt Mercer on it, like, I'm sure good things will happen. I mean, they could really pair up with Critical Role if it does well. I'm excited. I've talked about it a bit since one big names in the gotcha. Oh, I am excited to see it get fleshed out. Sorry you had to see that. Ethan is one of the best characters in the series. Fair. Well, I'm excited. I will watch more of it later. Oh, Drina Nanagon followed me. I mean, totally true video has realized wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, I have no idea why. Did my research. Big I know that and also Ruby did too. That would be the inside scoop. And then detective. Oh, detect. Boop. Boop. Reply. There we go. I'm glad that they liked it though. It makes me happy to see people like that kind of stuff. Okay. Let me go back to drawing streak now. I'm the only one I know. It's 12 books and an anthology of side stories, but it's one of the author verses that connects to other series like Oh, interesting. I did not know that. It's good to know. It's cool. I'm very excited. I'm happy that it's getting the what do you call it? The attention it deserves. There we go. Sorry. No. Boop. I'm an idol. Okay, and then we'll do this main body piece, I think. They're all inside. Out of sight. Perfection. Still waiting for a good metal cover. This one, fair. Have you heard? Okay, it's not a metal cover, but there is a cover that Colum R. McGinnis does. Have you heard that one? Because I'm not gonna lie, I quite like that one. It's not metal, but this man's voice does wonders in my mind. Hold on. I also haven't heard his last song. His Spotify is a bit of a mess. Well, hold on. I'll add it to the queue. There. I added it. I haven't, but I've heard of this individual. I love this individual. He did a lot of stuff for Critical Role. Actually, speaking of. And a few other games as well. I don't know if I want to do it like that. I'll just draw it. I don't know what I'm doing. Shut up. Thank you. Hold on, I'll turn it up even. I can't turn it up. Song request? That's not how our song requests work. I'm sorry, Acoustic Viz. You want to check? Keeping you interest. My bad. No problem. It's a channel point redemption. I'm the only one right now. When it all burns down, more than gold. You're hot, now you're here for yourself. The only one who loves your sins gets underneath the fire. Can I get the song a little higher? I really should fix the song request stuff to be like, if that is what's put, that it'll still say the thing. So I keep forgetting to do that. Because to be fair, mine works a little wonky. But I think it's fair. He's got a very sweet dog. Inside vision, connection, pay all your attention. The only one who loves your sins. Feel the way their voice gets underneath your skin. Into the fire, can I get it back a little higher? Desire, you'll start your light. Desire, I wanna need to be your idol. Okay, this is the head. You're mine now. Too late, cause you're mine now. Make you pray when you're all alone. I'll get the mic a little higher. I recommend his Elder Empire series and then the Enshrined Discord is too. Ooh, thank you. Yeah, we'll definitely check that out. We have a lot of R&D to do, so we'll definitely be checking more stuff out. Okay, and then going to close the curve. Post has unique magic system based around the intent. Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot. Going away. Sanity. Boop. Oh! Oh! Oh, thank you, Compact! Holy shit, thank you, Compact! Oh, thank you, Compact! shit. Thank you, Compact. Holy shit. Compact got us the candy cat. Chat, we got the candy dispenser. Thank you, Compact. Oh, that's not in caps. Thank you, Compact. Does that automatically get sent to my house? Does that automatically get sent to my house? I have to check. Does that automatic? I think it does. I'm panicking. Activity. How do I do that? Don't dox yourself, Elaine. Yeah, hold on. Hold on, let me do this. Oops. Oop. There you go. How did that work? Is it ordered? Is it... Okay, it does get delivered. Oh, you can't. You can't dox yourself. Cool. I learned I can't. It's not a drill. Treats for the Milk Club. Yes. I have to go buy candy this weekend. I'll go buy some candy. If you don't mind sci-fi, have you ever heard of oh, thank you, Compact. That means a lot. And also, what was this song that Acoustic Viz wanted? I can play it for free. I always do it once. Fuck it, I cast Fireball. Oh, is it not on Spotify? Oh, it is. Okay, there we go. I really enjoyed the magic. Sorry. I really enjoy the magic and help me give me ideas for other stories. Like, imagine if you were a painter, the more you use the brush, the better. Yeah, honestly, yeah. No, I like that. Intention is really good as like as a baseline for things like that, in my opinion. Oh, this is wrong. Arm. 1, 2. I think I did this wrong. Let's see. Alright, I have to draw those two. Okay, let me do this part. This is becoming really amalgamous, which I don't super like. There we go. Okay, the slabs I did slap. It was pretty good, actually. There we go. I'm getting a little lazy with this. So I just realized for a minute, but has anyone heard about the Disney? What? No. What the fuck? What do you mean? What do you mean, Kiwi? We're losing the plot a little bit here because my brain is getting bored, but we're getting there. I mean, it's Disney. We can't. Fair. Horse school romance. The Here's a but Disney announced they'll be doing. And they're creating a home and telling people to pirate the show and not give them money. That's a fair stance. I cannot be against that stance. That's a good stance. Just crying on his shoulders. I'm looking to his shoulder. So sad. I see her in the back of my mind all the time. I got fever, like I'm burning alive, like a sign. I crossed the line. This goes up here. All days are lost, so fast. Different to me, I that you love me. Don't need to remind me why me see her. We did it, chat. We did it. I did it. I'm done now. I can go play the game I wanted to play now. You did it. Am I proud? Needs more Google eyes. Maybe on a cat. Fair. It sure is something. Googly cat. Googly cat. I like that. Googly cat. I think you should have pride. Thank you. That actually took me 2 hours. I was like wondering, I feel like this is gonna take me 2 hours. It did indeed take me 2 hours. Alrighty. Time to play Leave It Alone, which I didn't install it! It's okay. It's not a big game. It'll be okay. I joined Giga's Discord specifically for their book, but I need to actually start fair. Gamba time. Oh, you want me? No, it's Leave It Alone time. It's Leave It Alone time. If we get Leave It Alone done early, we'll do Gamba. We had this in the docket for today. Spoon. It didn't work. There we go. It's a pretty quick game. I watched my YouTuber play it. Fair, but we'll see. Maybe I'm faster or slower. That's the word I wanted. I want to keep the little bros on screen. How did I turn that off? There you go. What? Why did it come back? Hello? Monitors are black. Oh, it did a thing. Oh my god, what is this? Why is it on 640? Oh my god. Okay. Hold on, this has fucked up my whole window. Okay. Out of 30, he's not enough the most efficient guy. Fair. Okay, hold on. Borderless. Apply. Jesus. Okay. Oh, is it this one? Okay, it was that one. Okay, cool. Alright, let me turn the game sounds on. Leave it alone. There we go. Okay. VSync, shadow quality high, full brightness, render scale. Okay. I wonder why it started in like 640 fucking pay, bruh. My head hurts so much. I fell into a coma yet another time, and doctors still can't figure out why. And how come there are so many leaves hid here again? Will I ever manage to clean up this cursed yard? To seal or not to seal, pick up leaves and dump them in one by one, or unlock a bag tying ability to clean up an entire porch and throw it all away at once. Hold and run. Hold and run, shit. Oh, I have to hold the button and then I gotta run. Your glorious companions, rake, leaf inlet, and a leaf blower. Okay. Chic leaves. The in-game and currency, use a rake or leaf blower to herd leaves into the inlet ranges to watch your pocket grow. Find a way into the art. Don't hurry unless you can. Okay. I just like click. I can see why this would not be a good idea for me to. Oh, the rake. I want the rake. I have to buy the rake first? Oh, it's this game. Yeah, I wanted to try this game. It's very fall coded, so I thought it would be good. Bro, what do you mean I have to pick them up one by one? I won't pick them up one by one. Upgrade. Go shed shopping. Oh, I don't have any money. And it's very much a progression game. No, that's fair. It's kind of like, you know, like to dig a hole. Also, I need to send my friend a link really quick. Hold on. Okay, I have to do that alternatively. Okay, hold on. I know you guys can see the mini. Hold on. There. It's fine. It doesn't really matter. Maybe it matters a little bit. Oh, I forgot. How do I do that? Hi, Cleo. Happy Turkey Day. Okay, how do I... Ooh. Thank you for your It's been good. Okay, now we do this one. There you go. I fixed it. Cool. Alright, now we go back to this. It's been good so far. Just been hanging out. We did a little bit of art, being a goober. Look at this. This is nice. Boop, boop. I think we should keep upgrading our hand thing. This one. Maybe I could pick it up all around this. I want more grasp. More grass. Hi, Fruit Bat. Happy Yummy Food Day. Welcome on in. Okay, wait. I want to try to get into the garage. Is the button in here? I don't think we're fast enough to make it. Nope. Okay, cool. Just wanted to be sure. Thank you for the check-in. I hope you're having a wonderful, wonderful day. Boop. Oh, I have enough for more leaf pickup. Okay, now I can pick up 3 leaves at a time. Boop, boop. Hi, I can't hear it now because I'm at Thanksgiving. No problem. I like that I yelled that. It's not like that really mattered. Where's my boop boop? Ooh. Boop 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 boop. Picking up Picking up all the leaves. I think that's it for that little spot. This is nice. Boop, 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 boop. I think a TikToker play this. And yeah, like he was like in the pool area and he had some pretty cool ideas. I don't know if I'll remember them. Oh, thank you. What do you have for noms? I want to know. So for breakfast, we had it's $7. Okay. For breakfast, we had some crust. Oh. Bye. Okay. We had a croissant, egg, and bacon sandwich. Later, we'll be having some sweet potatoes and some nice turkey. That's very moist because Pixel makes very moist turkey. And stuffing and cranberry sauce. Is it similar to Divided Clash? You know, this is true, but a little more brain off, I'd say. I also realized the music was a little loud. My bad. But yeah, it's a little bit more brain off. That sounds so wonderful. It will be. I'm excited. We will be eating it later when I am done streaming because I'm gonna end early today so we can eat dinner together. Because it's just the two of us for Thanksgiving this year. Yeah, I like looked over and I was like, Oh, you could just do the current. Oh, that's kind of nice. I kind of like it all though, because it's kind of pretty. Can I interact with that? No? Okay. I have enough for the next upgrade. I know it's 175. Reduces the intervals between picking up leaves. Why click 100 times when you can just hold the button? Game Award nominations? I have. I looked at them, I think, yesterday. I kind of like just clicking. I like clicking, to be honest. It's kind of nice. And I voted for quite a few. I think the only one I didn't vote for was the VR one, because I didn't play a lot of VR games this year. Boop. I think that if I had, yeah, I think. Oh, I'm out of space. But I'm also, to be fair, to be completely honest, I'm a little 50-50 about the Game Awards because it's kind of just like the Grammys, and the fact that it's just like it's just a show. It's not really, it's not what it used to be. But if you guys want to watch it, we can watch it together as a watch party thing. I wouldn't mind. I like clicking. Clicking is nice. I feel like I'm in control when I get to click the leaves into my bag. It does feel like it's just happening this year. What do you mean? What do you mean? I think my main thing that I actually like about the Game Awards is that if I had to pick something, is that I do like seeing like the new game trailers for games that are coming out. I think that's fun, but it's like instead of waiting through like the 50,000 things that maybe I'm not interested in, I could just go look it up on YouTube. Like there's nothing big, just another blip in the calendar. Yes, that is fair. That is fair. I mean, I think that's what happens, right? When things aren't, like, I guess there to be what they were primarily, they just kind of become, like, this big thing for celebrities and whatever. It's like the Grammys, you know? It just kind of happens. It kind of happens. You're just kind of like, okay, that's cool, that happened. I want this one. Yeah, I can pick up so many leaves now. How many leaves can I pick up now? 5? That's cool. Boop, 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 boop. These leaves are pretty. I like this. Oh, it's the leaflet that they were talking about. Oh shit, I could've... Oh. Is there any more around here? Not really. Okay. Boop, 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 boop. A little bit happy. I'm very curious how they did. Like, is this... I wonder how they did this, because it's like, I'm wondering if the outline shader, when you like hover over it, if this is actual geometry or not, or if these leaves are just like transparencies. I'm hoping that they're transparencies. Otherwise, this would kind of be a lot for a game to render. I feel like. Well, maybe not. But I'm just curious because I feel like the outline shader on things like this would need the geometry, but I don't know that much about video game shaders, so probably wrong. They gotta be just single plays. That's what I'm hoping. That's what I'm hoping. 350, huh? Let's do this one. Okay, it is faster if I hold it now. I like clicking. I don't know, clicking's nice. Will I get arthritis if I keep clicking, though? Will I get arthritis if I keep clicking? Maybe I should just hold it. I already draw with a mouse. Maybe I don't need to help my arthritis along by clicking this in this game. 250 or 275, okay. Why aren't you in the food guide from all the birthday feasting? We haven't feasted yet. We're feasting this evening. We woke up late, so Pixels is making food a bit later. And I'm streaming not as long today, so we'll be hanging out tonight. When everybody else is waking up from their food comas, I will be going into a food coma. So that way, if there is anybody that didn't have friends to hang out on Thanksgiving, I can hang out with you until dinner time. I like the song. Oh, more leaf. I think I can pick up... Wait, I can't tell. 7 leaves, I think, at a time now? I have one more upgrade for that. Wait, how much? I like the transitions here, though. Like in the background, it's very nice. Go shed shopping. Yeah, we bought the bag. I caught myself clicking again. I want to upgrade all my hand stuff before I get to... What are plans for food? What's on the menu? We have a nice Thanksgiving turkey that is often very moist. We have cranberry sauce. We have cranberry sauce, stuffing, like a sweet potato dish. We have 2 different ones: normal mashed sweet potatoes, and then a ricotta sweet potato dish, which I don't tend to like, but we're gonna try it anyway with different ingredients, and maybe I'll like it more. Too much of the disaster waiting for me out in the yard. Fair. But soon we'll get a leaf blower and it'll be fine. And then we have pumpkin pie and the pumpkin pie cookie, so we'll probably have that at some point. Can I buy the next one? No, I want to buy the bigger leaf upgrade first. How much is that one? $5.75? What? Yard work. Yeah, we're doing yard work. Give pumpkin pie cookie. Can I make a second batch? I want to try making snickered, because these ones, the recipe that I put in the Discord are ginger snap. They're ginger snap cookies. Pumpkin pie cookies. But I want to try snickerdoodle pumpkin pie cookies. I feel like those would just be... I like snickerdoodles a lot. I feel like that would just be better. I think I would like that more. So if you want the pumpkin pie ones, that's fine. But if you are okay with waiting, I'll make you some snickerdoodles. Made snickerdoodles. I made pumpkin snickerdoodles last week. They were from a Trader Joe's recipe. Those do sound good. Snickerdoodles are fun when they work. I think most of the time my snickerdoodles aren't too bad. Boop, 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 boop. Give all the cookies, you got it. You can have them all. And then I'll just make some more. And then we can keep going. Someone can have that batch, and I'll keep making cookies until we all pop. Oh, we also have a Costco-sized pumpkin pie though, and I don't know how we're gonna get through it because like Pixels is making a lot of food, and him and I are the only people in this house that like my roommate is the one that goes to Costco, and he's the one that got the pumpkin pie for us. I had some 1 to 2 micro pumpkin cups instead of a whole pie. That's fair. That's probably way more manageable and probably better for you than a whole ass Costco fucking pumpkin pie. Cause my roommate doesn't really eat pumpkin pie, so I don't know how the two of us are gonna get through it. Especially because he's not here. He's like with his family for Thanksgiving this year, and so I'm like, I don't know. I don't know what the. Ooh. I found a little picture. I don't know how we're gonna get through it, but we'll figure it out. I probably just won't, cause I was thinking of baking again this weekend. The Costco 500 are saying, that's what I'm saying. I don't know, cause like before, that would be the only dessert that we had in the house, so it was fine, and like we weren't like having like a big feast, so like it was fine to have like every other night like a slice of pumpkin pie or something. But like we're gonna have a lot of food, so. Hopefully none of it will go to waste. If not, I'll just get really high and then I'll just eat the pumpkin pie. Is my plan. If all else fails. Ooh. $2.75 for that too. Fuck yeah. I can pick up so many leaves. Boop, 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 boop. You know I love to get high on my love. Fuck around and lose control. You're a leaf picking machine, I am. And I'm holding the button so I don't get arthritis. I'm doing the work. I'm doing it well. Ooh. Oh, Kiwi, I think I saw that game. Ooh. I gotta send this to Mew. Would you wanna try this game? Oh, that's on all caps. I don't want to yell at her. Whoops. Would you want to try this game? I can't. I wish it was easy to make money in. Right? Don't make me get the spritzer bottle of water. No getting high and going on them. Why? Why no? Why no? Why no? Yell at your wife with love. My wife's playing Fortnite right now. I don't want to yell at her and make her think I'm having a panic or something. How far is too far? Hit the trash bin. Unlocked bag tying ability. Oh, Pog? I didn't know that. I just needed to. Oh. And I can just. Boop. I think the bag tying is kind of whatever. That was kind of whatever. 349. I need to upgrade this guy though, so I need 450. I can see the trash bag in there. Oh, it's just in there. Okay. To be. Boop, boop, boop. I will also say thank you guys. I know this is kind of like a silly thing to thank you for, but I appreciate you guys letting me take tomorrow off. I've been a little maincoow crumped on. Not that I don't have things planned for stream, but I'm like, I feel bad because like some days, especially recently, I'm just kind of like, what are we gonna do on stream after I get work done? And like, I have nothing. I didn't agree to this. Womble, shut the fuck up. It's already in my plans. In recovery time. Thank you for submitting the permission form in a timely manner. Yeah, I got you. I submitted it on Monday. Oh, shit. What the fuck, Kiwi? Kiwi, what did you do? Kiwi! Aww. What the fuck? Thanks, Kiwi. If you wanna play it, stay. Stream. Nothing. Womble, I'll hurt you. Mine just looks fun. Like a hoot on a high note. Listen, Elaine, self-care is essential. Take time you need. No, I appreciate it. Mimesies scare me. Why does it scare you? But you know, I appreciate it because I not that I've been getting burnt because like I look forward to streaming every day. It comes to a point even when I'm on, it's like it's the weekend and I like sometimes better than Lethal and Repo in my opinion. Ooh. I think I saw a TikTok about it. I was gonna send it to me, but we're already here. But thank you, Star. I like it. It comes to a point. I'm so out of pocket. I'd never get caught by mime fair. Thank you, Cleo. A mimic fair. Okay. I like already forgot what I was gonna say. Brain. What is happening with my brain? Oh, it's come to a point where like Saturdays and Sundays, sometimes I'll wake up and be like, oh, it's a stream day. And then I kind of like realize that it's the weekend. I'm like, it's not a stream day. And I have to like pace myself because if I were to stream Monday through Sundays, like 7 days a week, like I'd get burnt out so fast. But like, it's a weird conundrum where it's like you want to do it every single day, but at the same time, you know you have to pace yourself or else you're gonna like burn. And the public Black Friday sales, get those aggressions by elbowing shoppers. I've luckily already done my Black Friday shopping. I don't plan to go into the scary world of retail on Friday. Also because I'll probably just be vibing, playing Minecraft or hanging out with friends. 7, yes. Alright, your hands are maxed out now. Tie bags full of leaves. Hit the basket with everything you can. Basket? Serious photos. Find a way to the garage. Okay. Honestly, so behind the ball this year for buying, which is weird because I actually have a budget for once. I think it's a thing. It's a weird thing, isn't it? Because like I feel like I was the same way where it's like I before didn't have a budget, so I was really looking for those deals. I think it's like when you have less money, you're more wanting to spend it because you don't know when you're gonna have that money again. Whereas if you have money, you're just kind of like meh. Like the sales. Like, maybe you're like, you know, maybe I don't have to get it now. Maybe I can get it later. You're like, you're not in as much of a rush to get those things. How many times do I have to do that? 5,000? But also I have the money. I don't want to spend it all. Yeah, no, exactly. Like, you have a good amount of savings. You don't want to lose it all because it's nice to have that cushion. So it's completely fair. And to also... help with the idea, there's sales like all the time. Like Black Friday doesn't really mean anything because it's kind of like you have Ian Oliver, welcome on in, hope you're having a wonderful day. I can buy this now. I got 500 leaves. The grill. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what's happening. Unlock? Oh. I've been dead for years, yeah. Got a hoard like a dragon. And I always wonder about these Black Friday sale prices. Half price, inflated, half prices are still way too high. Yeah, like Black Friday doesn't really mean anything. Especially because like you have one in the summer, which is Amazon Prime Day, and then you have the ones in the fall, which are like Black Friday. But the thing is, it's becoming earlier and earlier where like because everyone's trying to undercut each other, so it's kind of hard. To be fair, Black Friday also doesn't have the best deals. Some of the best deals usually occur during winter. Yeah, when they're trying to change stock. But Cyber Monday. Fair, but like things are already on sale. As someone who worked in retail, Black Friday is just a Friday. Fair. I was talking to my wife earlier because she's worried that the family's gonna drag her to the outlets tomorrow and the deals aren't even that good because it's like $5 out of the price before they raised it. Yeah. Oh, come on in, Ian. I hope you have a wonderful time here. Oh, I can get more. New gold. Late stages of capitalism. Fuck yeah. We love capitalism. 9% of deals are just inflated. Yeah, on God. It's not really that worth it. Like, some things will, like, respect the sale, but not many. Can I throw the bags? I want to get all the achievements. High surprise, just... Some deals were good enough to trample people. I do, too. Yes, you can? Okay, hold on. Let me get some leaves. Okay, I'm gonna try. I don't know how to eat the bag, though. Oh, punch it. Okay, that didn't count. Fuck. No, the bag, come here. Okay. Oh, I'm throwing it too high, I think. Oh, come here. Wait, nope. Yay! Does that count? That was only 6? What do you mean that was only 6? Fuck. Okay, hold on. Oh! Doo-doo. Hello, Gore. Happy Yummy Food Day. Well, fuck. I didn't know that was gonna be 6. I have terrible, depth perception, so give me a second. Okay. Make the bag. Okay, so if that was 6... Come here. Fuck. Give it. I might need your emotes purely to represent my love character. Save energy. Fuck yeah. Boo. Fuck. Death reception. Wait. I don't think... Can you do it? Hold on. I don't know if I can do this from 12 meters. Oh, wait, I have to jump. I need to jump. Throw that trash. Yeah, I'm trying. Oh, fuck. Can you get on the roof? I don't know if I can get on the roof. Maybe that's what they wanted. Kobe! Alright, hold on. Let me try jumping again. That's like right next to it, bro. Lobby. Lobotomized goblet is crazy. I don't know if I can run. Ah! Ah! Come on. No, it threw it away! Fuck. Hold on, I gotta get more leaves. Wait, I have $11. Hold on. I have $11, chat. Hold on. Wait, there's a ladder there. Wait. How do I unlock that? 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 I think I could... Yeah, I think I gotta go up. Okay, okay. Did you new unlock? Okay, okay. Is there like a little leaflet thing here? There's a leaflet thing right there. I'd rather just put it in a bag though. The rake and the vent strat is really strong. Yeah, I like putting it in the bag. Cause I want to do this one. Tie bags full of leaves. Oh, wait, hold on. Wait, I want to see if I can do it from over here. I think there's one in b-ball core too, but you play how you want. Fair. Wait, hold on. Okay, well I overthrew it. Okay, so maybe we can do this. Give. Boopy doopy doop. Oh man. Maybe a little bit higher. A little bit higher. Hey! Fuck. Random yardware hack. Flip the rig over and push it like a broom and it'll scoop. I wish I could do that. Wait, is there a leaf? Oh, there is a thing here. Wait, what? I can't ice scrape. You. Come here. Get in the leaflet. Ooh. It's nice because you can run it along the grass and not get caught. Ooh, fair. Gotta tie more bags though. Crunch. Oh my god, have you guys seen the like day one of finding the crunchiest leaf? I've been getting those on my TikTok a lot recently. They're pretty good crunches. I find some pretty good. I don't like how sometimes they step on the leaf, but I think that's pretty good crunches. You don't have any leaves there? It's because maybe it's because it's wintertime. Also, my headset's dying. I have to change the battery really quick. I'd upgrade to the crunchiest ice patch. It's upgraded to the... Oh, fair. I saw that they bake the leaves. I saw they actually bake the leaves. Bake. Really? Really? They do? Aww. Guess they're red as sleeves, but they have a terrible crunch rating. Fair. Cheaters? I know, right? Fuck. I can do it from there, though. Yeah, true. True. It's true. Whoa! I did it! Yeah, I did it. Alright. I did it. I'm proud of myself. I bet you're supposed to... I wonder if you're supposed to do that from the roof. I feel like from the roof would be easier. But I was determined to do it. I'm surprised I haven't seen some Indian physics games that revolve around smashing ice blocks. That would be fun. It's not winter yet, that's why. You know, we got raking leaves because it's fall. Maybe we'll get some for breaking snow blocks this winter. Beep, 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 beep. Get in a little pile, my friends. Whee. Whereas I probably don't have to shake the mouse. Just felt more efficient, I guess. Do I need to do... Yes, I do. Okay. I could see a snow removal simulator doing an icebreaker DLC. Fuck yeah, exactly. Exactly. You know, the more... Ooh, driveway shovel sim. Ooh, that would. I mean, I personally think at this point in life, what someone should do is they should have just a cleaning sim, right? That encompasses like this and like power wash simulator and like have it for snow and like maybe like cleaning windows and being able to scrub stuff. Like I feel like if someone could make a well-rounded like game. I need to do 200 more leaves. Just one more bag. And then I'll go get the leaf blower. It exists already? What? Without dealing with the cold, that would be... Yeah, fair. It's okay, we just have to become a utopia. Taking notes intensifies. I'm just saying, it'd be really fun. It would... Oh, what was I talking about? We just have to get a utopia where we get robots to do all our yard work for us, but we get to simulate it by doing it through them. Boop. And now I finished. Tied bags full of leaves. Jump into a big leaf pile. Oh, it's $50. Okay. No point is on. Oh, really? What the fuck? Well, I guess I know what I'm doing for winter. One of the games I'll be playing this winter. $20 too much for a sim? That's fair. It depends on how much love they put into it and if they actually like made their own art stuff. Because, like, this one I like, because they probably made the textures for a lot of the stuff in here. And I like the UI a lot. The UI is very nice. It's quite it. I do have to come up with 3 game designs for Monday and create a slideshow. Oh, yes! My stepdad has a roofing company when I was growing up, and snow days were me going out to plow parking lots with him. That's so unfortunate. You didn't get to go play. Start with low shot and progress to snow throwers and plows of various sizes. Whoa! Okay, that actually sounds kind of sick. The snow has thickness levels similar to power wash dirt. Oh, that's cool. I gotta make a big old pile. But can you make a snowman? Ooh, that's a good question. How many leaves do you think that is? 500? Oh, okay. I probably should have put this closer to the leaflet now that I think about it. Oh well. Actually, could I just... No! No, it's sucking them! It's auto-sucking them! No! Don't auto-suck my leaves! I just want to be a little guy using my hands. Yeah, sometimes you just want to be a... Look, I like the snow trowel. Don't take my leaves. I'm trying to make them into a pile. Come back over here. Don't cross that line. said don't cross that line. I wish I could push the leaves. I feel like leaves are getting sucked into the vent on the side of the house is a bad thing. These are for this game, they're leaflets, so you're supposed to put them in there. But in real life, yeah, no, definitely. It'd be like a gutter clog situation. I said tavern, make it a co-op, and boom, cozy game for friends. That's called Traveler's Rest. I got hot chocolate. Did you get marshmallows in it? And the marshmallows in it? Twins, yay! Nearly weekly hot fixes. Damn, that's a lot of hot. That's quite. No, but it's peppermint. Yum. We also have peppermint hot cocoa that I'll probably have later. Okay, I have my little pile. Well, not little, but make it into a condensed pile. Yay, I did it. Hit a basket with everything you hit the basket. This guy? Okay, well that probably means I gotta pick up the leaves, yeah? So not a tavern, but what fantasy food trucks? Ooh, I'd like that. Is that what it meant? Is that what it meant, though? Is this what upgrades? Whoa, there's rake upgrades! I wasn't paying attention. I didn't know there was rake upgrades.
Open or no? Or POV, I'm at your door. Open or no?
How is no, I'm not a human? Welcome on in, Raiders. Apologies for the yawn. How's it going? Happy yummy food day. I hope you guys are having a wonderful day. Even if you don't celebrate, I hope that you can have some yummy food today regardless. How was your stream? Hams abound for chills, thrills, snacks, and cuddles. Well, I got you. It was a lot of fun. Jackie VT, thank you for the follow. Welcome on in. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you guys are having a wonderful, wonderful day. If you need to raid and rest, feel free to do so. Your health is the most important to me. Otherwise, I hope you have fun. We're just vibing, talking, chatting about stuff and things. I'm buying upgrades for my my broom, my handle thing. I don't know what hit everything. The basket? The basket? Hold on. I'm trying to figure out what this basket means. Am I supposed to... What is the basket? I feel like this is the Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, okay. Well... Hold on, I gotta make another bag. If you're new here, hello, my name is Elaine, otherwise known as the maincoow on all my socials. I make videos about other VTubers, and I do goobery things every day. Neighbors, I'm pretty sure that's our backyard. I'm pretty sure that's our backyard, actually. Okay. I really don't know what it means by throw everything you got at the basket. Hit the basket with everything you can. Problem for a future, Elaine, yep. Oh, wait, can I punch it? Punch. Made a noise. Hit the basket with it. Hit the basket. What the fuck am I supposed to hit it with? No! Oh, please, I need the money. Whack it with a rake? Ooh, good point. Can I whack it with the rake? Can't whack it with the rake. I can punch things. Oh, wait. found that. Does that count? What does this mean? Swing with the rake? You can't, like, swing with it, though. It's just, like, you can only use it on leaves. Wait, hold on. Oh, wait. Oh! Go, 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 go. Give. I can kick it. I can't, like, throw it, though. I'm very lackluster. Hit the basket with everything you can. Yeah, I don't know. Ooh, can I water my plants? No. Collect mysterious photos. Hit the basket. Okay, I don't know what that one would be. Also, oh, what do you? Oh, okay. I don't know how to get into the garage yet. All right. We'll deal with the things that we can mess with. Come here, leaves. Get into the hole. Get into the hole. Walk like the wind. Ooh. Maybe that's what I needed. Because this one gives you... Being in the basketball court gives you a sprint ability. So I feel like I'm supposed to hit the basketball, like, backboard. Oh, yeah. Like, is that... Okay, none of that worked. Okay. Alright. Maybe there's a key under the doormat. I don't think we have a doormat. We don't have a doormat. What does this do? I can't buy that. Oh, hold the basketball! Nice. I am speed. Is there a leaflet in here? Ooh. Okay, hold on. I kind of want to do the basketball for crap. Leaf blower and ball, the solution. Fuck. I'm really bad at this. You know, I worked on a basketball game, but I'm really bad at basketball. I need to be further back. Fuck. Boop. Fuck. I'm no LeBron James. Still put money on a slam dunk. What? Oh, fuck. 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 Oh, wait. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, God. Okay. What? Oh, fuck. Can I not jump high? Upside down. Hold on. Let me actually try it. I'm so bad at the sports. Oh, fuck! What do you mean? Okay. Fuck. Is it too low? Can I go higher? Oh. Stop it. Give it. You can't. Okay, that was too high. Shush. My love, how do I hide you up? Ah. Okay, that one I think hit the front of it, right? So higher. Yeah! I fucking did it. Hit the back. Okay. I think I have to do that 3 fucking times. Hold on. NetherDev just made it impossible to see how long people would keep trying. That'd be fucking insane. Fuck. Let's go. That's gotta be 2. What do you mean? That's only 1! What do you mean? Okay, well. I'm gonna start raking leaves now. Grab the wick, shape, shift, and drift. Check leaves? Maybe it needs to be consecutive? But then why would it give us the first one? You know? But I will try that. Don't get me wrong. Have it fall back in? That'd be fucking awesome. Hold on. Did that count? Oh. Missed the second one and then I got the third one. Okay, hold on. I'm gonna be here. Hold on, I gotta like learn. Fuck. Nope. Give me. Maybe there's like 3 basketballs. 1. Hello, artisan. Fuck. Fuck. Ooh, gambling, yes, gambling. Okay, 1. 2. Fuck! I don't think I'm gonna get this if it's consecutive. Back here. It looks like there's no random, so you can find a spot and look at it. That's what I'm hoping, but the basketball doesn't always come back, and that's kind of the problem. Ooh. Fuck. No! No! Oh, okay, thank God. Wait, okay, wait, maybe I gotta do it from the different areas. Like, this is a 3-point line? Can I throw it softer? You played CS time? Oh, this is crazy. I didn't play it that much. I hope there's an invisible mall. Oh, me too. I think there might be. Fuck. Oh, come here. Guys, I think I might suck at this. This is what... It's not the leaf part that's gonna take me like 3 hours. It's this. Does it bounce higher if you throw it on the ground? I mean, you can dribble it. But it doesn't really go that, like, higher. Fuck. Okay, I'm just gonna rake leaves. I'm gonna rake leaves for a little bit. I say that I'm the only one, the closest one around. Eternity team. Cool. Leaf. Blowpunks 2077. Polish cow is missing. No, not the Polish cow. Sad. Try from the corner of the court, then at least you're trying to... Okay, fair. Okay. Fuck, that was close. Fuck. That was too low. Build a ramp of leaves and walk next to the net. Fair. Fuck. I wonder if, like, lower and then I jump is better, maybe? Possibly? Okay, that was too high. Guys, I'm embarrassed. Guys, I went back to the leaves because I'm embarrassed. Oh, okay, so it has to be right above. Okay, hold on. Okay, okay, okay. Fuck! Okay, it didn't change though. I did 2 in a row and it didn't change. So I don't think that that is what at least I hope. I hope that's not what it wants. Try the football. You can only kick the football. You can't throw the football. Azimuth. Leaf for speed. What a sentence to come on. Made the balls kiss. Okay. Hold on. Keith. Yeah, Keith in the corner. Hold on. Oh, wait. Oh. Keith. Can you throw it? Nah. You can only kick it around. Wait, okay, what if, wait, hold on. I have an idea. What if one of the other things I'm supposed to be able to make is this? I feel like it could fit. Oh wait, fuck, I didn't jump. Oh, okay. All right, we have to find one other thing to throw. I don't know what else you can throw, but that works. So we have to find something else to be able to throw. I don't know what else you can throw in this, though. So I guess we'll have to go find out. Probably in the next zone, yeah, probably. But we got the science now. We got the science. How did these also how did all these leaves get in the garage? Was the garage not closed? Beep, beep, beep. Let's upgrade. Cool. Boop, 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 boop. Let's go dump it. Oh, bourgeoisie. Not every person grows on trees. There you go. Now what do I do? Now do I get to open the other areas? Get into the shed. Hit the back. The shed? The shed? Is this the shed? Wait, get into the what? I think that one was just a flat. Oh, okay. Collect mysterious photos. Get into the I think I'm. Isn't this. This is the shed? I'm in the shed. I'm in the shed, aren't I? Shed. 100%, and then I get the grill? Can I... Do I need to find the... Is there something in the garage for it? Oh. Oh. Hey, there's the bag that I lost. Oh boy, what's this? Paint, a little gnome, Volt Flare tuna, paint, pigeon blue, that's cute. Subject 1. Is there any? Oh. Okay. Let's get to raking, folks. If I recall, that gnome is a reference to PWS? PWS? What's PWS? The only gnome I know is Nomeo and Juliet. Power wash them? Oh, that makes sense. No, yeah, that makes sense. That makes sense. Get these stairs. I want to clear this area really quick. I am clicking again. I'll be honest, there are not enough, well, there are not enough trees in this direct vicinity for this to be that many leaves, in my opinion. So I live in an area where there is this many leaves, and the leaf blower people have to come every Monday and wake me up in the morning. So that way I know that they're here. There's not that many trees here. Red beans. Boring beige, so true. Arcane, yes. Did you win your League of Legends match, Pocky? Yeah, okay, I'm glad. Do. Is there no leaflet down here? I guess not. I had a dream about a dream about a 2-0. Very nice. Oh, this would have been a good area for the jump into a pile of leaves kind of thing. Teenage dirtbag, baby. Just a teenage dirtbag. Almost crashed out, but we got it. Fair. Upgrades, people, upgrades. Okay.
It's very satisfying seeing all this cleaned up without the leaves, actually, to be fair. Heard a thunk. What's that? Oh, is it because I can buy another thing? I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. I'm just a teenage dirtbag, baby. Listen to Iron Maiden, baby. Boop, 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 boop. I don't know how we're gonna make the $40 to get the leaf blower, but it's a hope and a prayer. Oh, yay! I like late stage leaf capitalism. I want to pick this up and then I'll get an upgrade. I may have gotten sidetracked. Evidence in the fridge. Norman, thank you so much for the biddies. I appreciate you. When you try to play basketball, oh, what the fuck? Fuck off, Kiwi. Oh my god, dude, that's so cool. I didn't know there was a badge for that. No shit. Is it like a custom thing? Do I need to upload a custom thing for you? And make a custom badge for you? Damn it, Kiwi. God damn it, Kiwi. You can? Yes? Okay, I will write that down. Hold on, let me write that down really quick. Okay, there you go. Thank you. For 1K, 5K, and I think 10K. Yeah, I think that sounds right, because for 1K, you get a special emote, and I know that, but I didn't know you got a badge with it. I need to look at, actually, for debut, I think I do need to look at, no emote? No emote? Really? You know, you're very cool. You're very cool, Jailer, and I appreciate you being here with me. Creator dashboard, hold on. No, not that. Yeah, there is. There's an in love one. There's the in love one. I could change that one though. You could change that one to something else if we wanted to. Yo, you're pretty good. Oh, thank you. It would be so good if we could get Womble to make a nom one. I need to. Okay, so what I need to do, honestly, is I need to commission Womble for the biddy ones. And then I need, I think, hold on. Where is it? Subscriptions? Subscriber badges? Yeah, I need to commission, like, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 more fucking... What, you need a nom? Yeah, I had to refresh to see it. Yeah. Because I think a nom would be good, because Norman uses a nom emote a lot. Norman's the first person, I think, to get the 1K bits. But I'll have to commission you for a few emotes that'll be static emotes, and then I'll have to do... Yeah! Thank you for the head pat. And then I need to commission nom-mixels for more pixel art badges. Shed roof. Boop. Is that for this? Chat identity. I have a 5K. I have up to the 5K where I don't remember donating that much. Smile? Yeah, no, I can. Okay, we'll definitely get those into the works then. Because now that I have that commission from... I'll have to see how much Nom is charging. If they're open for sub badges and stuff. 5, okay. My brain is thinking. I have to think hard. Okay, wait. What? Make bits 1K. Because I feel like I can make the badges for that 5K. 10K bits. That's fair. Badge. Speak to Nomixels about... Shit, this means there's people that are at... Yeah, no, Pixels is at, I think, the 4-year. It's not about more sub badges. Ask Womble, make bits emotes. Okay, there. Alright, get 5 at a time, so that makes sense. Yeah, that makes sense. Stay, can you stay open? I'm at $25. Non-static? No, non-mixels. I don't know if they're still open for stuff. Non-mix. I might ask them if I can recolor them. Because this person. Which are open. Yeah, because they did my original sub badges. Or the ones that I have now. Because I have a baby brain and I don't think I exactly understand pixel art to the degree that they do it. They have the... these ones. These ones. These are our sub badges, and then I believe they didn't put it here, but they also meant... No, I meant the emote. Do you want a static one? Oh, yeah, because the bits emotes aren't... As much as I want an animated one, I don't think the bits ones can be... Can they be animated? Can they... Hold on. Out of me... Oh, I know. I put it in. Oh my god. Emotes. Yeah, I don't think they can be GIFs. Yeah, no, they can only be static. I was searching for the badges. It's cool. It's you with cool sunglasses getting buried by bits and looking more worried. Fair. I was just gonna make a shiny bit. Because the badge is gonna be really small, I think, no? Actually, let me look it up. Twitch bits badge. Yeah, they're just tiny little things. So I think I'll probably just get a star. I could make a star. I could make it. I'll make it this weekend. Cause I can make that one. I can make the badges myself. And then I just need more sub badges. But I think the sub badges, I might just recolor them to go from bronze, silver, gold, diamond, and rainbow. Half the size of an email. God damn. Yeah, that's tiny. I'll probably just do a little star then. And then we will commission Womble for, I think 3? It's 3, right? 3 tiers? 4 tiers? 4. But maybe we'll leave an empty one. So we'll do 3. Oh my god, wait, there's 15 of you at 1K. What the fuck? Oh god, I'm behind. Okay, well. We'll work on it. I don't know what other emotes. Do you guys have any emotes you want me to get? I think the Nom one is fair. I think the Nom one is quite fair. I don't know what other emotes to get. I haven't thought about emotes. I have 100. Okay. You need a chomp. We're definitely getting a chomp. Do not worry. I'm trying to think. The bonk is one of them. I think maybe the bonk could stay. Right? The bonk is one of them? Yeah. I have my violent ones on there, but I don't really like the P one, to be honest. The gun one is kind of spooky. Is that a chef's kiss? A chef's kiss? Can we get dancing cow? Dancing cow we can't do because bits are static. The bits emotes are static. It's a blaze. Oh my god, wait, what if we got the no, don't hold it in. No, don't hold it in meme. This one. What if we got this? I love these. They have one for Jake the dog. I saw yes, no Jake don't. Oh, wait, hold on. These will be so funny. I think we should get one of these. Hold on. My head's in the way. You see one of those? My friend has that? Fuck yeah. I wish bits could be animated. I feel like it's weird that the bits ones are only static emotes. Guys, that's a lot of leaves. Wait, is that a volleyball? I think that's what we need to throw into the basket. Give the goofy goober. A goober emo would also be. Oh my god, wait, Norman's got that goober emo. That goober emo would be a good one too, like little goober. I think Gabby does them. Or Naho? I've seen Naho or Gabby have them. I think I've seen Naho with one, but maybe Naho's the one that made them. I'll have to check. Yeah, that little emote. Unlock the grill. I don't know where the grill is. Yeah, send them over. Put their link in chat. Good lord, chat. I need this though. Yeah, I can't throw it. That means this has got to go. Hee. If you're doing custom bits, you could do a bit jar to hold them on screen. That's fair. I could. I've never thought about doing a bits jar before. Maybe I should do that. This is like harder. Because it's like bouncier. Well, that's so gonna fit. Hold on. You son of a bitch, come here. Yay! I did it. Alright, now we just need... Enter the jungle. Is that going? Yeah, it fit. Yeah, I know what fits. Kiwi, you saw the TikTok I sent you. I know that it's gonna fit. Wait, I should rig these in here. That's what she said. Girls are closed at the moment. It's okay. Doesn't mean I can't save it and then wait. Oh, let me see if was it. It's either Naho or Gabby. It might have been Naho that had them. Oh, go better. Yeah, they got these ones. Oh, they did Gabby's. I wonder what brush they use. It's like I just like it. I like it. It's got texture. It's like pixel arty. I quite like it. Oh, they did Pengies too. Good lord. Hey, look, I see Tiefling Melissa. There's a Kane one in there. Are they open? They have 5 slots left for them. Oh, look at that sad little face. Sad little face. I could also make my own. To be fair, I could just make my own. It's an army. Oh wait, I have that one. I have that one, but that was an uppies one. I know. I'll have to think. That's a lot of it is. Upgrade, upgrade, upgrade. Get over here. Get over here. You could get one like this. Oh, that's true. But we were looking for more static ones though. Because we're out of animated emote slots, I think. Let me check. Yeah, we're out of animated emote slots. I just gotta get partners so I can get more alerts. Or animated emotes. Or emotes in general. I think getting partner gives you more emotes. I think. I actually don't know. That would be very unfortunate if you didn't. I just presumed that you did. Since you're canonically short, I feel like you need a reaching one. That's what that one was. That's what for Twitch. Yeah, but I don't use Twitch alerts because I don't like it. That's what this one was. I'll be one. Manko Gib. Maybe it doesn't look like that because I removed the it's the version without the booba. Like reaching for a shelf. Fair. I think doing a short one would be funny. How did I not know you had a server? I don't talk about the Discord. I talk about the Discord like once a week. I think, to be fair. So it's not as often, I'd say, as the next guy. I also don't think I have a panel about it. So I have like 50 panels. I joined! Yay! Well, we're happy to have you, Norman. Oh, wait, wrong way. Currently having to coach my partner driving through a surprise snowstorm. Oh my god, I hope they're okay. You need to step away, you know, feel free to do so. I hope they're okay, though. That's where we put things in the fridge and oven to show a lane. And the content cubby, if you ever want me to look at memes. Like video memes. Short form content. Otherwise, if it's long form content, I'll probably watch it in my own time. Oh, wait, do we have enough now? She's gonna go to look. We have 15 snowballs dedicated to quick reaction. Nice. Can I get this now? That's $50. Oh, I can't go this way. What does this area get you? Crouch ability? Ah, okay. Oh, that's how I could go into the vent, probably. Got to name them, and it's too... Yeah. Oh, really? What did they name them? What did they name the snowplow? I don't know how I'm supposed to... Oh, I can swing it. I'll take pics of my ramen. I like it when people shows me their meals. It's nice. I feel like we're all just a bunch of roommates. I can rest. Whee. Whee. I'll launch myself out of it. Hey, there's a thing there. Hold on. Wayne Gretzky is one of them. That is a way more serious name than I thought it was gonna have. I thought it was gonna be like the Snow Monster or something. We had Plowy McPlowface at one point. Yeah, see, that's what I was expecting. What do I gotta do tomorrow? Tomorrow I also have to go take care of my neighbor's cats again as well. I have to keep telling myself that or else I'm gonna forget. I should make an alarm for it, honestly. Arglomere 2? Crouch. Crouch. Very cool. I can't open it yet. At least I can go get Enter the Jungle. But that's just epic. Alright, now I got the Leaf Blower. Or Ymir was one of the ancestors of the frost. Oh, I did not know that. Oh, wait, I gotta rake these out of the corner. I don't think I'm gonna have enough money to upgrade any. Oh, I can. Air spread. Nice. I need clothes. I'm curious how many McFaces there are out there. Probably a lot. Repair $10. What do you mean it's broken? Hi, Chaotic! Happy Yummy Food Day. I hope it's been going well for you. I hope you've been eating to your heart's content. Wow. $3, $5. Okay, another bag. Come on, do this little area. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me drink some water. Thank you, of course. I'm thankful for you. I'm thankful for you, Chaotic, and I'm thankful for everyone in chat as well. I love everybody here. I'm so happy that I gotta do what I do. I have $8. One more bag, and we'll be able to get a little thingy. I'm gonna pick this stuff off the table. Boop, boop, boop. I hope you gotta eat some amazing food today, Chaotic. Oh, shucks. Boop, boop, boop. Alright, who's ready to repair the leaflet? And now I have $1 left. But now I can just do this. Wow, that is satisfying as fuck. Get these out of the corner. I need a good noodle star. That's what they are. They're all good noodle stars. And you have 29 of them. So you're a pretty damn good noodle if you ask me. This was very satisfying. I like the way that the leaves move with the air. It's very nice. I think maybe using the rake in this area would be easier. easier to get them out from underneath. Look at that, we're getting there. Oh my goodness, Elysian Phantom VT, welcome on in. I hope you're having a wonderful day. Hello, hello. Welcome on in. Welcome, welcome. Damn, I lost. Damn. Well, that's because they were jealous of how good you were at winning, you know? It's not your fault. Let's see. Power. I want more power. So satisfying. Oop, let me pick them up. I have to use the rake. Oh, I guess I could. I didn't think about crouching and doing this. Let's go. Ta-da. Let's go. There we go. I feel numb. A lot of names are hilarious. Actually, I found the mega thread. The mega thread. What's your favorite one so far? Top three. Top three that you've seen so far. Tell me. Ooh. Or top 10. Top 10's also fair. I don't know. I just want to hear them. Sure, there are a lot, though. That's why I kind of tried to limit it, but, I mean, you could tell me as many as you want. Did I get that leaf? Leaf did not want to come out. If I blow them into the pool, does it make it? Oh no, this counts as a pool. Snow be gone, Kenobi. Blizzard Wizard, Plow King, removed by moderator. Buzz Ice Clear would be my top. That's actually pretty good. I like removed by moderator. That one's pretty funny. And Snow be gone, Kenobi is actually really good too. Amazing. Pretty good names. I think the Snow Be Gone Kenobi is probably my favorite. I always like the Obi-Wan Kenobi jokes with the name. Word plays with his name. I always like those. How much do I need to repair this guy? 15? Okay. see. I think yeah, I just need to go to the maze, and I think oh yeah, the maze will have the last picture, I think. Of mine, show me the world outside. I took no Adderall, and I'm raw. So I realized just now I did not take any Adderall today. I have had no caffeine, so I'm just kind of raw dogging the day. I mean, I took my anxiety meds, but that's like a have to kind of thing. So I just realized like my energy levels are just raw dogging the day. Oh, I have $15. Cool. That means the rest of you can go in there. I started Vivance recently. What a difference from my... What is Vivance? I've heard that one before. What does that one do? Good song. I think that's all the leaves. Oh, thank you, Wombo. Hold on, I'll replace it right now. Wombo made us an emote, guys. He made us a new emote. Hold on. Chomp. And go nom. Thank you, Wombo. I love you. It's an amphetamine berry. Oh! Dang, Elaine's blowing leaves on stream. I am. Let me attribute it to you, though. Or Wombo, because I prefer to do that. There you go. The best thing about skipping a day of Adderall is that you can hold on to it for the... If there's a problem. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's why I tend to not take them on, like, the weekends. And I only do it, like, on working days. On, like, weekdays. And it's nice. Thank you, Wobble. I appreciate you. I will be paying you for the other ones, though. Don't you think you go sneak past me? No, it's a granulated snow. Oh, not a quick. Oh, because there's always, yeah. No, definitely, because like I went to, because I haven't picked up my meds for November, but I am like behind by a month on my meds, which is like fine. But like, they're like, we have a shortage on Adderall, and I'm like, no, again. I was on Concerta for a hot minute, but much different in reaction. Interesting. 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 Yeah, I'm just on the normal Adderall extended release ones. Elaine Body's first words. Why did Elaine make me Ecuadorian? Dude! I color picked his skin from a picture he sent me. It's not my fault. Tell him to take a new picture and I'll fix the skin color. The hair, I'm not changing the hair. The hair is how the hair is. It's the summer shade. It's the summer shade, not the winter one. Because made it off the highway. We live to snow another day. Yippee! Oh my god, I would actually love some snow right now. I think snow would be really nice. Wait, what was this one? Airstream with. I guess I can upgrade that one next. It's $28 though for one. Interesting. Is that her? Nearly a dozen cards in the ditch. Oh, Jesus Christ, that's terrifying. The last time I got stuck seriously in snow was on my 16th birthday. On my sweet 16th birthday, I wanted to go to a flower garden. that was like an hour away, and on the way there we got stuck in snow traffic. And even though we could have like avoided it, it was main dad's lesson of teaching me to check the weather ahead of time of doing things. So I just kind of sat in the car all day. Come in here and yell at him. He says, get good at understanding lighting. Excuse me? Okay, hold on. Now I am going in there. What do you mean get good at looking at lighting?
Every purchase you make in the store,
Dialect.
no matter what, it gives
So,
you another coupon for
Get good at
discount.
lighting?
That's so cool.
Get good at lighting? Excuse me? Did you pay for the art? Did you
That's what I'm
send me an
saying.
updated picture?
That's
no.
what I'm saying, dude.
It's
And
my
it's,
skin,
if
bro.
anything, it's your lighting.
Yeah,
You
it's
got
my
the shit ass lighting. I
Yeah,
color picked from
exactly.
your
So you gotta
selfie.
understand that from the picture that I gave you.
Then
that
you
if
shoulda
the
sent a
background
better
is
picture.
lighter, then
You
the
shoulda
things
sent
in
a
the,
better
in the picture are
picture.
gonna look lighter. Are gonna look
Wait,
darker.
Elaine, are you streaming right now?
Yes.
That's something
Okay, I
that you
will
should
refrain from
understand.
saying.
Like you are a 3D artist.
That's why I don't understand. You look like butt. That's all I
This
had to
is
say.
as your
Goodbye.
guy.
Nope. The only time my car got stuck in snow was when I was driving up. Oh, wait. I was driving up a steep hill with an intersection. Oh, I've never got stuck myself before, but my choice of vehicles always save me. Very scared. Got him. Slices. Thank you. Nope. No extra conversation there. Because he's gonna start talking some bullshit. And I know. And I don't have the brain cell to combat whatever he has to say. I'm too ooped, chat. We can't tell him. We can't let him know that I'm a little too ooped for his shenanigans. I can't clap back like I did the other day. My partner gotten stuck in dishes twice. Fair. That was probably me and Pixels, honestly. Did I clean the pool? Pool's done. This looks like it's a job for the leaf blower. Maybe. Not in the corners. Corners are gonna need a little help. As I expect you match skin tone from it's on. That's what I'm saying! My old Sav was a menace in winter though. Missed this thing? Damn. But, no, yeah. I mean, if he sent me an updated picture, I would fix it. But I don't want to. Lost body. Wait, hold on. Hold on. He said he could pass for a white guy. I have to fix it. Used to be able to put it in first and crawl through anything. Damn. 2 hours until it leaves us for a romantic Thanksgiving. Romantic as in I eat, I go take a nap, and then I probably go play some video games or something. I don't like that emote. That emote's creeping me out, Kiwi. But y'all should go do stuff too. Ooh. Oh, I had to repair that? Oh. I know I was preparing it. Eat, nap, gamba. It's Daedalus knows. Was there a picture in here somewhere? Oh, fuck. There's a secret room? Is that where the last picture is? Waiting on laundry while making a mess in Canva? Fuck yeah. I like these pumpkins. I don't know where the last picture is. I don't think I'm supposed to find it just yet. Why would Elaine leave for romance? I'm right. Damn, well, I'm really putting on the wrist today. Fuck. Let's do it this way. Ooh, rat cousin, very nice. Our cousin has been quite elusive for some people. Wait, where'd the thing go? It's right here. I don't know if the maze unlocks anything. I'm gonna go through it anyway. Womble needs a hydrate redeem. Womble, what do you mean? Does Womble not have a hydrate redeem in his chat? What's the command for checking current unlocks? Huh? Oh, BB set 2. That one. Not thirsty, I'm realistic. Cause there's thirsty, fair. And Kiwi only needs. Oh no, Kiwi needs the rat cousin too. Oh, I could just use this. Hold on. He says, oh. Oh. Unlock blower, uses rake. I like it in the corners. It's nice in the corners. It's not in the corners. It helps. It's nice. Has a little more control, man. Also, I do need to upgrade this though. Oh, and then I can upgrade it one more time. It should be more. I feel like it should be more powerful than this at this point, but okay. Oh, it's 98%. Hold on, what? Am I missing a leaf? I'm definitely missing one of the postcards. I hope one didn't get stuck anywhere. Oh, is it because of the ones in my pocket? Hold on, it could be because of the ones in my pocket. I don't know where the 2% of leaves are in this. I wonder if it's the ones that I blew up here. Oops. Or one of them lips, yeah. That's what I'm thinking. Wait. Wait, this is misleading. I don't see any. Oh. Oh, yeah, they are here. Okay. Okay, hold on. Oh, it's almost there. Which one? Where are the other ones? Oh, wait. 99.9. What the fuck? What do you mean? It's right there. I saw it. I see him. He's in here. There we go. the last postcard is. I think it's in here. I don't see it. Thank you for the wellness check. Let me get some water. Hold on, let me see. Where are we? Swings. Court. Maze. Looks like we've done everything except for buy all upgrades and the mysterious photos.
Chicken jockey!
Oh, Jesus Christ! Jack Black, why? Not even playing Minecraft. I did watch a binging with Babish video on lava chicken. That was very interesting. He actually tried to cook chicken chicken in lava. Doesn't work. It singes the outside, and then the raw it's still raw on the inside. Do you have the postcard? Where's the last postcard? Oh, it is this side. Oh. Yeah, because I got the one cooking too fast or getting a weak chicken. I think it's cooking too fast. Wait, what's this? Wait, is it in here? How do I unlock that one? Because this will unlock the secret room, but, like, there's also a room in the basement we didn't unlock. I don't know where the last postcard is. I love Babish. I like Babish, too. Pixels likes watching him a lot. You clear the shed roof already? I think so. I did, but I don't... If there might be a postcard up there. I don't remember. Hold on, let me look. Swings, grill, basement, garage, carport, shed. That was in the shed. Oh boy, I hope you can open the basement. I've been stuck down here forever. Oh god, I'll get you out. Don't worry. Yeah, I don't see a postcard up here. Sometimes you can only see them from certain angles, which I think is interesting. Got the one here. There wasn't one at the pool. I thought there would be one at the maze, but there isn't. Boop, 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 boop. Oh, wait. Okay. Is it in here? I don't think it's in here. Yeah, I don't think it's in here. Maybe maybe up high in the maze? Maybe. Let me go look. Cause like this wouldn't be a bad place to put it. I don't think it's in here. I feel like the secret room is a room in the basement now that I know that the greenhouse is different. Tag Big W, yes it is. Yep. Feel like it's pretty on brand. So I made it tism. I feel like it's in the secret. I feel like it would make sense if the last one was in the secret room. Because, like, the secret room is just kind of part of the game. It's not like it's secret. Like, you have to unlock it by doing a secret set of things. I feel like the last one could be in there. Hey, what up, get away, but I'm goober tired. It's only 8. Did you eat a lot today? I should have done power. That's okay. Eating a lot can put you in a food coma. And maybe you're just relaxed. Some people get really tired, like really relaxed and tired. So that could be it. I need this to get away from the door so I can close the door. No, I had 1 slice of pizza. You might be just relaxed then. Oh, it is windy outside. Hi, Bunby. Happy Yummy Food Day. I hope you're having a wonderful Thanksgiving. Thank you for the check-in. I suppose. I'm so stuffed. Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. I hope the food was amazing. See, this also would have been a good place to put it, but it's not here. Oh, she was 19. You're pretty chill to watch, so that is relaxing. Yeah. I'm glad you think so. There we go. Get it all out of the corners. Now we just gotta corral. I'm not gonna lie though, I hate Thanksgiving at my brother's house. His wife and his friends. His wife had these friends over with their kid and they were mad annoying and we had to celebrate his birthday. Don't get me wrong, birthdays are cool. I don't know. Mood. Fair. No, that's completely fair. Because it's like, if I don't really know you, it's hard to celebrate someone you don't know. And to be fair, I'm a bit more lenient about, like, birthdays and stuff. Because it's like, it's celebrating life. And I can view it as celebrating life in general instead of just one person. Because I don't know that person. But, like, that's valid. Because it's like Thanksgiving. And to be fair, it's not like they asked to be born on Thanksgiving. But at the same time, it's kind of like, it's an everybody day. Yeah, pretty much. It's giving me money. It gives me money if I do that. The goblins in the sewers like the leaves. Okay, I almost got all the upgrades. People, upgrades. Gotta head over to bed and Eves, have a lovely food, and I'm thankful to have you. I'm thankful to have you, Womble, my dear. I hope you sleep wonderfully well. Sleep wonderfully well. Good night. I will talk to you tomorrow. I avoid all family gatherings at all costs. I go to my dad's Thanksgiving and Christmas. I am not going to any others. No, that's fair. To leave a quick waffle. Stop it! Stop it! Stop it, Kiwi. Cursed. Don't say that. Don't say that. Don't say that cursed shit in my house. It is very cursed. Can't believe you would say this to me. Boop, boop. And you don't need to know, Norman. Don't worry about it. Do not worry about it. Do I want to know? No. No, you don't. No, you do not. No, you don't. Urban Day. Yeah, kind of. Huh? I have a guess. Go for it. I too. Go for it. Go for it. Oh, I'm not gonna tell you. Only Kiwi can tell you if you're right or wrong, though, because he has to have the bear. He has to bear those consequences.
Something's been in there. I think it's down here. Nope, the UI went away. Hold on, I'm gonna look it up. I'm gonna look up. Where is the 8th picture? And leave it alone. I also made all this food: au gratin, potatoes, a carrot, and 2 apples. Why no one besides my father and brother had some? Ew! What the fuck? Why didn't they have any? That's kind of rude. Oh wait. Wait, what? Thinking of female version of CBT, but this one, people nasty. Wait, which one am I missing? I'm missing the last one, I think. Oh, okay, I see it. I saws it. Oh, I don't want to leave it. Okay. Damn, Elaine's a cheater. I am. I ain't leaving this. Dude, this game is gonna make it so I can't have all the achievements. I'm not going back. We're not going back. Yeah, 100% first try. First try, baby. Cheated your pumpkin feet. You're about to be. What the fuck is happening? Why are we going in the vents? Is this about to become a horror game? Gotta report you. Gotta report. It was nice knowing you. Whatever. Whatever. Look, I'm not. Oh, shit. Listen. It be what it be. Coraline type shit it is. What's happening? What the fuck? Fact ban. Stop. I hope you find the squirrel and it's fat. Me too. What's happening? Are these the 2 squirrels? It took my picture. Wait. Earn an immense number of chic leaves. Without repairing? Aw, complete the game under 40 minutes. I cheated and I still didn't win. I still didn't 100% it and I fucking cheated. What do you mean? Those buttons do nothing? Nothing. God damn. God damn it. How was I supposed to know that? Wow, at least I got all the other ones. Teehee. Teehee. Skill issue? Shut the fuck up. Shut the- You were even the one that's like the leaflet leaf blower fucking the strat was the bet. You fucking suck my dick. Suck my peen. It's very pretty though. It's a very pretty game. I like the skybox in this. I want it. I want to eat the skybox. All right, we did it. Save and exit. Oh, we did it. Rankings. Who's number 1? I want to see. Andres with 20 minutes and 5 seconds. Leaves. 24 minute. Any? Oh, this just the leaves, and this is the fastest objective time. Damn. How do they do this in 30 minutes? 20 minutes. I know. Caught. Kiwi. Damn you. Damn you, Kiwi. All right, you want to play a little Clover Pit? We'll play a few rounds of Clover Pit, and then I'll probably call it for the night. How's that sound, chat? Let's play a little Clover Pit. Clover Pit. Clover Pit. Pop, pop. You and Shem.
Mimes wanna play Mimesies. Okay. Let's do a new run. It hurts to yawn. Oh, I'm sorry. Why does it hurt to yawn? Pepper! If this piece is inside a door at the end of any deadline, discard it. Hamda. Wait. What the fuck? That's not it. You are right. That's fair. I was gonna say, this is a bit of a not what I was expecting song. How did it get it wrong? It has a hard time reading most of the time. Other fathers song, they might be giants. That's a really, I know, I want all of it. Alright, let's do this. Let's go gambling. Woo! Gamble, 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 gamble. Ooh, double trigger. Look at all those lemons. Yum, yum, yum. Yum, yum, yum. This game makes me want to play Inscription. I kind of want to play Inscription. Makes me want to play that game. I want both of those. I'm like thinking and my brain's forgotten everything. Let's go gambling. Speaking of gamble, my dad's Christmas is at a casino. My dad's Christmas is at a casino to second year of gamble. What? Gamble Christmas? You have charms, early interest, and luck. Build is pretty good for going the distance. That's fair. Makes sense to me. I want the Hamda. At the very least, I want Hamda. I want Hamda. I want Hamda. Boop, boop. Boop. 7 speech. You can get the deadline, then short spin for more tokens too. Really? I didn't think about that. I actually didn't think about that. Yeah. Who made Buckshot? I don't know. It feels like it, kinda. Give me this. No. Okay, so I guess I have to pay? So at the least I got Hamda. Last game? Oh, okay. Very similar aesthetic. Yeah, I know. Woo, it's a horsey! Grants 1 jackpot next turn. Ooh, I like this one. I'm gonna do this one. I'm gonna do a pattern run. Anything that goes with patterns, I'm gonna do patterns. Oh, I don't have one. Okay. Jump in the line. Talk about it in. I believe you. Jump in the line. My fat boy cat jumped on me. On one hand, super cute cuddle time, but on the other hand, he's crushing. Oh no, not your tummy! Your poor tum tum. Shake, Sonora. Shake your body right. Shake, 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 Sonora.
Okay, I believe you. Okay. Now I'm gonna try shorting it. Shake your body right. Shake, shake, shakes in order. This one gives you +2. Yeah. Let's go gambling. Okay, I believe you. But there's still differences. Yes, fair. I don't want any of these. I think I want to save my things. I didn't get the interest. I got distracted. It'll be okay. Having the door if you're nervous, that's fair. But we're just going for it. That's fair. I should have thought about the cupboard. Works in order. Oh fuck. Oh, not bad. Okay, I believe you. Park Ankh and horse as lifelines. Ooh, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Line. Actually, I have enough for the horse now. I will put the horse in here. Horse tin drawer. Right. Shake, shake, shakes in order. Shake it all the time. Ooh, ooh, ooh. Patterns. These two. I want those two. I have enough for both. Is there any more patterned ones? Make 2 random lucky charges in the store free. Set your tickets to 0. I'm gonna buy him and I'm gonna risk it for the biscuit. Like the train? I do too. I already clicked it, man. Shit! I'm selling him. Fuck off. I want the pepper. Istanbul. In old New York. I'm so sorry, Daedalus. Are you still... Didn't you get a gifted sub, though? I thought you got a gifted sub today. Oh, no. I think that was someone else, I think. It might have been someone else that got it, actually. Not today. Oh, okay. Leave that, Pat. Don't you do that. Istanbul. Oh, wants to Amsterdam. I can't say. Better that way. Constantinople. I was sub, but yeah, no, that's fair. No, that's fair. I just could have sworn someone gifted you one. Pepper. 2 pepper. How long pepper? 1 left? Oh. Okay. Well, I can cash in now. So I'll do that. Let's see if it gets it right this time. Make spaces for 2 more lucky charms. The church.
Okay, I might do that one. I might do the horn. How are things going? Double jackpot. Oh, I found a winning strategy. Increase the value of patterns. A 4+ or 1+. Hold on. 4+. Yeah, we should do 4+. Pocky, thank you! Thank you. I appreciate it. Maybe I can read it this time? Fuck yeah. Fuck yeah. Okay, let's deposit. And then that one will break. We'll buy the horn. Oh, and then we'll get the 4+. And then deposit. Do 1 round. Bye bye, Pepper. I'll miss you. Oh my god. Also, Daedalus, say thank you to Pocky for the gifted sub. If you could, when you are not busy, I would appreciate it. Let's fucking go, dude. Okay, the pepper that broke. So I want that one. Oh, wait. Fuck. I made an oopsie. Norman. Fuck. I fucked up a little bit. Cancel. Okay, it'll be okay. I was AFK, it's okay. Yes. Fuck, yeah, look at that. We got a good plan going on here. Because the pepper will eventually break, correct? Hold on, let me look at it. It's got 8 rounds left. Oh, man, I really should have gotten that one. We need to make another 1,000. We can do that here. Fuck. Man, I really wish I had 2 drawers. Boop, 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 boop. Okay, let's just hope that we can get it. And it's okay if we don't get the 2 extra slots. Oh, stop that. Guess what, Goob? What's up? Oh, please. You son of a bitch, no! No. No, no, no. No. Hold on, wait. Oh, wait, no, it's too late. No! Rob, that was Rob. You're pretty cool and awesome. You're pretty cool and awesome. I'm glad to have you guys here. I fucked up. I should have gotten the house and then the fucking devil horn. Ah! That's why you always deposit to the spin. Right. Doesn't take space. Give. Oh, wait. We have a second chance. Wait, we only need one, right? Yeah, we only need one, so we'll do the 7 spins. We're so bad. I know. What is the chances? I guess I don't have that many of the tokens unlocked, so I guess that makes sense. Okay, it's fine. I just need the ticket. The ticket is what matters more to me right now. Boop. Let me do another 7 spin. Actually, I should have checked if we needed the 7 spin. It's okay. Damn, I was hoping that would be a little bit more, but that's okay. Jesus. Let's go, baby! Jackpot, baby! Let's go, baby! Fuck yeah, bro. Woohoo! Yes! 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 Woo! There's a capitalist doll later on that you should definitely try for. He gives interest. Oh, I like the sound of that. Boop, 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 boop. Give me my tickets. Cat food. House. 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 Girly pop. Cat food. Yes. Lemons. Fluoride base. I want to do this one again. I want to do patterns again. There's like 100 and something. Damn. House. Girly pop. And then we'll do 2 rounds as... Yeah, 2 rounds with the lesser ones. And I'll just deposit till I can't anymore. Alright, it was really great. That's why I fucked up last time. Oh, wait, I can... Uh-oh. Oh, okay. Well, I guess I have too much money. Okay, well, we'll just do 3 short spins then. I had to get to 13 charms. Oh, what? 13? How do you get to 13? I guess it was 7, 1, 3. Oh, I don't know. I guess there must be more. If you can submit deadline, do it. But I want the kitty. Okay, well, no fair. I guess you're right. No, you're right. Alright. Boop. I tried to drink water and it's killing me. Okay. I'm okay. Ooh, bullshit. Ooh. Pony. Double ticket. Apply a random trait to all charms. Applying a devious traces. To a random equip charm. How's the base chances of the diamonds? I don't think I like any of these. I don't know if I like any of those. I'm gonna take the horse and then store him. Put in drawer. You gain +3, +2, then 0, then resets to 3 at the round end. I kind of don't want to see 666, I'm gonna be honest. I'll trigger an additional time. I know, right? Plus 12% chance to have the diamond ones. Both of these are good together, I think. I have room for them? I do. I don't want one of those, I think. I really think I don't want one of those. Oh, wait, did I unlock something? Cardboard house. Ooh. I don't think I want one of those. I think, yeah. The Pumpkin King. Cancel. Anything that gives you perm increases is super valuable. I don't think that would help. I don't think this one would help. Last one for November. It's okay. December 1st, because I'm not streaming on Friday tomorrow, I'm giving you guys December 1st to do another free-for-all. Poop poop. Whoa. Hey, stop it, stop it, stop it. Oh, my eye itches. Ooh! Ew! Woo! To 300. I'm gonna re-roll it. Has the base chances applies the devious trait, double your coins, set your stuff to 0, make 2 random trait lucky in the store. I don't think there's any. No. Well, I could re-roll. It was so nerve-wracking watching for the 666, but if you look closely at the machine, slows down a specific way. Oh, interesting. Here, let's refresh this. Wait, I don't have the kitty? I don't have the kitty? I don't have the kitty cat. Wait, how many can I have? I have 2 more? Okay. I kind of just want this one and then double my money. No, I know I'm not skipping. I want the money. Yeah. Writing on the wall tells a tale. Writing on the wall? What writing on the wall? 23%? Don't trust everyone? Oh. Well, you know, I didn't think about that. You know, Elaine's not much one for a reader. It's okay, Daedalus. It'll be okay. Whatever they're gonna do, they're gonna forget to do because they're gonna not do that thing that they were gonna do to us. You know? Ooh, that's a pretty screen I see. Woo! He never forgets. Well, that's okay. Okay. How many more rounds does Voodoo Baby have? 2 more? She's got 2 more. And then he has 2 more as well. The eye combo is one of my favorites. Fair. Yeah. Yay! The Ankh. Diamonds or treasure chests. I think I'd rather take the Ankh. Yeah, I think I'd rather take the Ankh. Do I not trust him this time? Discard her on the next run for bonus or run her empty for the chance to get another increase. Fair. Please, I'll give you anything diamonds manifest more often permanently. Wait, that's the one I want, right? diamonds? He likes diamonds, and he likes diamonds. Read between the lines? Between, what does that mean, Dayless? I don't. Between what lines? So I'll give you anything. Does this mean he'll take any of my things? This time I'm betting on the green. The wall tells you who to trust. Don't trust. Oh, does this change? We vote, we whack the machine and hope it breaks on jackpot. I like that idea. I like that idea a lot, actually. Actually, this one's not bad either. Okay, hold on. We're gonna leave it. Do you want to know? I do want to know. Could you tell me? I think I'm a little stupid. I am gonna do a one game. Bye bye, Pepper. The white text is safe. It is your guardian angel. Red text is devil. He will help you, but at a cost. Whoa. What? Wait, hold on. Hold on. But at a risk. Wait, what do you mean by red text, though? I meant to buy that. I meant to buy that. Like, do you mean like this? Or this? Or is there something else that I'm missing? What is this? Oh. Oh! 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 I see. I see where you're going. Okay, I got it. I get it. I got you. Okay, okay. Oh, yeah, we're good. Okay. He increases your risk of failure. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting. Yeah, I don't think I would have gotten that. I think I would have been like, text change color. Very cool. She may not be colorblind, but that doesn't mean she pays attention. Yep, Kiwi's right on the money. Kiwi is correct, mundo. 120, let's go. He'll only call after you see a 666. Interesting. Oh, she broke. Okay, well. Knows when you're desperate. He can suck my peen. Yay! And that's how much the next one is. The one for the triggers randomly 30 rerolls the symbols on inside a pattern. I might do that one. I think I might do the dice. I need money. Treasures manifest. Give. In my opinion, the next one isn't that useful. It only triggers if only one pattern specifically triggers with that symbol. Really? Whenever you score only one pattern with either diamonds or treasure, it triggers 2 additional times. Fair? Grants for the next 4 spins. You know what? You're right. That doesn't give me anything. I throw it away. It's fine. Wait, I can put a little more money in here. That's fine. Don't you do that. Don't you dare. Oh, that scared the shit out of me. Oop. Yay! I like that. I like the D4 die. It's nice. D4 is goated in some cases. It's helpful. Woo! Oop. Give me this one. I pay up. And or am I a Muppet? Am I a Muppet? A Muppet. He's just something similar, but in a unique way. That's fair. That's fair. I think that's how they usually work in Binding of Isaac as well. When I am man, am I a man? Me a Muppet of a man. Ooh. I'm out of bed super early? No problem, Norman. I hope you sleep well. We'll probably be heading off here after I win this. I believe. Yes, I hope you eat well, and we'll be back here on Monday. What is this? Yum yum yum. I actually don't know if I'm gonna win this. Man, Muppet, many Muppet. Wait, what does it do? Alright. It's me, a Muppet of a man. Yeah, I have the horse. I have the horse in here. I think I need to pull out the horse. Wait, should I use? Okay, wait. Should I? Because I also have the onk. Should I keep going until it's like, oh, you're gonna die, and then it'll revive me, give me 2 more rounds, and then I can use this. So when you cook the onk, use the horse. Okay, cool. Muppet. This song goes so hard at me. Lemons! Lemon jackpot, let's go, baby! Woo! Ow, my eyeball. Oragamo, welcome in. Very gambling. If you had another drawer, you could try saving the onk after using a horse, but currently that isn't feasible. Fair? And we're not there yet. You brought the good luck, but why did I just get 666? I just got 666. You need the onk. Do the thing, onk. I need you to do the thing, onk. Onk, do the thing. Thank you. Bye, onk. Oh, that was my homeboy Steven. Equip, okay. Okay, we can hope. Oh fuck. If only that was what they made it. You need 8K. We can pray. We can pray. We can pray. We can pray! We can pray! We can pray, we can pray, we can pray, we can pray, we can pray. Okay, that'll only give us 200 though. Oh. Okay, we can pray. We can fucking pray, Daedalus! We can pray. Come on. Sucks it was, I know. That guy's, I know. Come on. Oh, fuck, I don't think we made it. I don't think that's gonna be enough. I gotta get another one. Okay, one more round. Fuck, please. Please. Okay. That's fine. Go for 3. Oh, I should have gone for 3. You're right. Oh yeah, you're so right. I should have gone for 3. It's okay. Oh, we'll have a little extra money for the next run. Woo! 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 As long as yeah, that's what I'm saying. Woo! 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 What are you? Oh, the devil's horn. Oh, we have room for 1. Immediately earn. Thank you for the wellness check. Oh my god, I want this. I want that one. Okay, hold on. Let's see what he's got. Cherries, clovers, bells. I'll take the briefcase. Give me the briefcase. I need fuck. Okay, let me pay this debt. Will I have enough? 20. We're giving to 25. Okay. But obsessive trait is. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Hi, how you doing, fruit? But this one could save us though. Like I'm is racing towards us. I think we should get the devil horn. Reroll the store. I don't have enough money. I could though. I could here, let's just play and then see what happens. No harm in testing one out. I'm good, sleepy, understandable. So myself understandable. Okay, I was really afraid to say something and jinx it and get a 666 after we got that 4,000. So, definitely take the one on the phone if the ability boost. Yeah, the diamonds in the chest. Yeah, I agree. It doesn't do any of the diamonds or the chests. So why don't we... Because we're gonna make this. We're gonna make this and we're gonna get the key regardless. So, why don't we... re-roll the store, see if there's anything we want that's one more. Pills could be worth it just for the obsessive trait. Fair. I think we re-roll, see what's in the store, and then just go give them our money, I guess. Plus 3% on your patterns, multiply everything 15 you own. Transforms it into normal symbols and have these pictures charges calm. One more time. Another horsey. I want another horsey. I'm buying the horsey. Wait. And then I might just get the key. Yay! Whose haunts is that? It's my haunts now. Yeah, I want to keep playing. Double jackpot value. 7s manifest more. Increase the base value of... Yeah, we'll do this one. 2 down, 2 to go. Wait, do we have room? Wait, I can put horsey in the drawer. Yes, let's do this. Oh, wait. Boop. You can stash fresh now if you want another key. Otherwise, play for. I'm just playing for unlocks at this point. We're gonna play for unlocks and then we'll probably call it for today. Boop. Oh, I got a new kitty. I got a big kitty. Thing is good if you build deadlines. Gets valid. This ain't. I'm thankful for the hit indie game Undertale. What about Deltarune though? How doth feel about Deltarune? Basically makes everything more valuable. That's fair. I feel like I have a deadline skip one at this point. Again. Woo! That cat. I fucking love the cat. The cat's my favorite. I'm always taking that fucking cat, dude. The cat and the train, man. Deltarune is cool. I know hit the night. Ooh. Alright, let's put money in. I don't really know what my brain buff cat is also. Oh yeah, the cat! Chonky cat! Whenever 7+ pattern triggers during a spin, you earn money equal to double your current interest. Damn! Holy shit! Dude, that's sick as fuck. Boop, boop. Alright, let's see if we can do this. Because we need 20 more, so we'll do the 7 spins. Boop. Lemonge. You can imagine going for the repetitious build with chonkies and regular clay all interest. With the stocks one as well. Boop, boop, boop. Oh, that was nothing. You can't scare me. You can't scare me, devil. I've already won the key. I've already got the key. You can't spook this, bitch. I was making exponentials with every round. Damn. Let's see. I got 50. Fuck it. Ooh. Do we have room? Ooh, I got a fortune cookie. Does not take space. Restocks a store with charms that have. Ooh. Very nice. Very nice. Oh yeah, then I gotta deposit.
Let's go gambling.
Not interest? Oh no, I don't. I put the thing away. Okay, cool. Bonk. Bonk. Damn, if only there was more diamonds in that one. Oh, I was hoping it would wait like one round before triggering that one, but that's okay. Oh shit, is that it? Oh, fuck. Oh, I saved my horsey for no reason. That's okay, I want to see if it makes bones. Gimme. Wait, hold on. Take a pee. No, my pee! I'm gonna die pissing myself, chat. Fuck. We did it though. If any of you want to play the seed, there it is. The challenge is increasing. What does that mean? Ooh, I got the D6. Ooh, I got 3 new things. 4 new things. 6 new things. 7. Okay. Is it gonna give me a whole deck of cards? Ooh. By the way, try earning coins and I might have a deal for you. What does that mean? Memory part? Memory pack? And you hit phase 2? Cool. Look. I have 2 bones now. Yay! D6, disc A, B, C, ace of hearts, ace of clubs, diamonds, and spades. Jesus. Ooh. I like the design of this one a lot. The ace of spades. That one's really cool. Alrighty. New packs are slick. Cool. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna end a little early. I know we said we were gonna end at 8, but I'm starting to feel very eepy. And I'd like to go see if I can help Pixels with any of the last bits of the dinner setup if he needs any help. So we're gonna go raid somebody. Thank you guys so much for hanging out with me today. It meant a lot to me. Kiwi's doing stuff. We'll go raid Kiwi. See what Kiwi's up to. What do you mean? It is a fair wink. Wink. But yeah, this is probably where I'll call it for today. If you guys ever need anything from me, remember that I'm always in the Discord. You can always DM me. My DMs are open. On Sunday, we will be watching One Piece if you just want to hang out and chat or watch One Piece. Otherwise, I will see you guys again on Monday. I'm glad you're having fun. I'm having a lot of fun. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out with me as I play it. It means a lot. But go have fun with Kiwi as it looks like they're doing art. Wish them a happy Thanksgiving. Thank you guys so much for the gifted subs and all of the biddies. I hope you guys have a wonderful, wonderful night. I love you guys so much. We're almost at reverse mountain. Yeah. But I love you guys and have a wonderful night. Thank you, Kiwi, for remembering my raid message. There's the raid message. Use it if you could. You don't have to if you don't want to. But then they know where you came from and it means a lot. I love you guys so much. Good night. Mwah!